Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the infamous Sylvie channel. Um, I came on to you guys because I'm not gonna come on unless I have something to bring to you. And I do have something for you guys. And I do have the information on the docket. I don't know what it is, but I decided to, hey, since we have this information, let me bring it to the people. I'm not going to make any assumption. I don't know exactly what the judge is looking for. I don't know why, but all I know is she's looking. She's looking, and also I have some information on the status of Steele's case, and I noticed there's some difference, and I'm going to bring it to you guys' attention of what is a little different. Okay. All right. Without further ado, I know I don't plan on staying in here all night, but I just wanted to hit it and move on. You get what I'm saying? All right. Listen, do you know there is the appellate is handling Steele's case regarding the contempt, right? And you guys know that the judge Rachel Cross, she is the one that is decided to work on this particular case. She has not recused herself. Did not do a recusal. So and I guess she's moving forward. But all the defendants have adapted the motion that Weinstein put in. So you'll see every single one of them, one of the defendants having that same motion that Mr. Weinstein put in. So, and you already know that the judge, Belinda Edwards, has removed herself from the case as well. Okay. So, but what I'm going to bring to you guys' attention is Judge Rachel Cross. She has decided to move forward, and so she started doing an inquiry on Mr. Steele's appellate filing. So, but we know over here we catch everything. We don't let no rock go unturned, right? So, guys, I'm going to show you, and she had it sealed too. It's sealed, so we can't see exactly what it is, but we know she did something. And here it is right here. Okay. All right, can you guys see this? And you see her name, Rachel, right? And the date of this is the original date for the YSL case, which was August 5th, 2022, right? You see Rachel Cross, Rachel, and it says an open case, right? And it's the appellate index. And it says check record e-file on Supreme Court as to defendant counsel Brian Steele. And this was done today. And this docket is hidden. So you guys, you see it? You guys see it? We don't let nothing pass us over here, do we? Okay. And I do have another docket. It looks like a calendar date has been given, right? And let me go ahead and show you that. Let me show you that. You're not too late. You're not too late, Crystal. You're not too late. I just started a little minute ago. And let me show you this too, guys. You know, we got to go deeper, right? We got to go deeper. And here's what we have here. Hold on. And you guys see this? It says the Supreme Court of Georgia docket system, right? And it says case information. It's Brian Steele versus the state. Now, you guys know the other one had Brian Steele versus Judge Glanville, right? But this one says Brian Still versus the state. And you see the case number is S24A1245. And then you see the docket number 7, today's date, 7/3/2024. And then you see the status of a docket. And guess what? There's a description. It says blank classification. And then you go and see the calendar date. So they're giving it a date of October 2024. October 2024. Okay. And this is regarding the what? The lower case, which is the YSL RICO case, which is the 22 SC 183572. And it says no filing has been docketed for this case. There's no judgment. So they gave it a date, yeah. They gave it a date in October. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open because you know I'm going to be at that courthouse too, right? I will be at that Supreme Courthouse to get all the crumbs. We tried the Odyssey. It's not there. Okay, it's not there in Odyssey. I tried. T Mac, we tried. T Mac, come on, you know over there at it. Tried. This is the appellate date. This is the appellate date. Someone send me the one of the attorneys. I think it's the attorney. Him and his dad talked about the transcript situation, and they wanted me to play their video, and I'm going to play some parts of it, not all of it, so we can get an understanding from a legal standpoint. Because we're lay people over here, we don't know the law and things like that. We don't know the law. Well, I don't. Maybe some of you guys might know the law, but Sylvia don't know the law. All I am is a layperson. I can't give any kind of legal advice or legal anything because I don't know anything. I don't know. All I know is how to look. All I know is how to tell you something, show you something, and think about something. But I don't know the law. Okay. Okay. You got it? All right. Let's go ahead on and take this. Shout out to the individual that sent this to me. Shout out all the people who send me stuff. Most of them don't want their names spoken, but shout out to them. All right, you ready to listen? Oh gosh. Okay, somebody just send me a message. Send me those. Send me those motion. Okay, go on. I mean, somebody's in my bushes watching me. Hello, person. Hello. You know, my folks be looking. All right, let me put this up for you guys. Remember, I said I don't plan on being here all night, okay? All right, here we go. What people were reporting and talking about happened in this hearing, but we're going to get into the details once we get to the full transcript. Okay. Let's hear him take. Hold on. I do not send me the email and video. Okay, I'll send it. I do not own the right. I do not own this video for. Let me go put this up. This little banner for the Fair Act copyright. All right. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And this information is from the lawyer you know. The lawyer you know is his channel. It's him and his dad. Okay, let's go ahead and play this for you guys. All righty, here we go.
Notice, make a couple other decisions that are very interesting as far as what's going to happen now.
Proceedings as courts one. And I'm going to take judicial notice of the following timeline. On Friday, June the 7th, 2024, Mr. Kenneth Copeland was granted immunity from prosecution pursuant to 24-5-507A, and that will be marked as courts 2. So the transcript will be court 1. His immunity.
Okay, somebody's asking me about watermarking. Court documents, you're not supposed to watermark it. I just found that out. Court documents, you're not supposed to watermark it. So that's why it's not watermarked. Okay. That's why it's not watermarked, because it's court document. All right. I didn't pay for it either. Not those. Okay. Here we go.
Bringing Mr. Copeland to be court 2. Mr. Copeland, who was represented by Mr. Jonathan Melnick and advised of his rights and obligations during the proceedings on Friday, June the 7th, which will be marked as courts 3, the transcript of those proceedings. Mr. Copeland invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege and was held in contempt, and that will be courts.
Okay, I don't know why this thing stopped. What the heck? Hold on, y'all. I don't know why I stopped it.
Inform the
Oh,
court
he
that was
stopped
not
it.
going
He
to be
stopped it. That
in
wasn't
any
you.
further proceedings, as he would be on leave effective 10 June of 2024. The court informed Mr. Melnick that his leave, or had discussions with him that his leave was not proper, and he needed to be in attendance on Monday, June the 10th of 2024 with Mr. Copeland. Mr. Melnick relayed that attorney Kayla Bumpus would be representing Mr. Copeland. On Monday, June the 10th, before court, Mr. Edward Chamberlain, the court's litigation manager, informed the court that the state wished to have.
Bob, that sounds like a great idea. Bob said, let's have, since the case is on hold, we might as well throw a chat party. You're right. Throw a chat party. That's a good one. He says here, lawyer, you know, mind you using his video. He is really a good person. So is his dad. You said lawyer, you know, would mind you use. Are you saying he minds me using this video, or would not mind? Because we put the disclaimer up. We're not going to play the whole thing. Are you saying, Angela, what are you saying? Are you saying he would mind or he wouldn't mind? He's a really good person. And so I know him. We talk a couple of times on the phone. Oh, you say he wouldn't mind. I just like to respect people's stuff. You know what I mean? I just, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather you guys go give him the views and stuff like that, because he worked hard. But I'll just play it on audio, not all of it, okay? Because I'd rather you guys go over there and watch it, okay? It's out of respect. He is great. Peter is great. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Have an ex parte meeting with court. No subject matter of the ex parte meeting was told. The entirety of the ex parte hearing held on the 10th of June of 2024 was taken down by Ms. Christina Weaver, the court's official court reporter. This ex parte hearing was held in chambers starting at 9:10 a.m. Present along with the court were Ms. Kayla Bumpus, attorney or ADA, Ms. Adrian Love. Also present were the DA's investigators, Mr. Long and Mr. Hamilton. The ex parte hearing stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03 a.m. to await Mr. Copeland's arrival.
All of this, by the way, is noted in the transcript that we'll look at too. When they took a break, when the court was in the room, when the Kenneth Copeland was in the room, because he was not in the room for the entirety of the hearing in the transcript, which we'll see.
Right. The ex parte hearing resumed with Mr. Copeland present at 10:03 a.m. Also present were Attorney Bumpus, Ms. Hilton, the DA's investigators Long and Hamilton. For the court,
Thank you,
security
Angela.
personnel, Deputies Houston, McPherson, Brown, Sergeant Brown, and Sergeant Hall.
It's a bunch of cops. It's like 4 to 6 cops standing in there with the judge and a couple prosecutors with Kenneth Copeland. How do you think he felt? Do you think there was any coercion? Do you think there was any pressure? Or did you think he just felt free, like he was represented by his lawyer and he could say whatever he wanted to?
Right? That was the whole idea. I mean, it was designed. These things are designed this way. I mean, that's the whole point. And there were people in there that didn't have to be in there, but they were all in there.
Be there, but the defense didn't have to. It's crazy.
No, I'm talking about there are investigators. They just packed that room.
Right.
Kayla, I just want to tell you, you blew this out of the water, Kayla. I just want to tell you, kudos to you. You blew it out of the water. Lord have mercy. Okay. All right, here we go.
The ex parte hearing stood in recess to allow Mr. Copeland to have a private conversation with Attorney Bumpus from 10:17 a.m. to 11:28 a.m. The hearing resumed at 11:28 a.m. The ex parte hearing concluded at 11:31 a.m. The court arrived in courtroom 1C at 11:49. That will end up the transcript of those proceedings starting as of 11:49, when the court held the proceedings on 10 June in courtroom 1C 2024.
Okay.
That will be marked.
Kayla's asking, what is this? We're listening to the lawyer, him and his father is giving a breakdown of the transcript and the stream that the judge did regarding this. So we're listening to see what their assessment is as attorneys. So that's what, because I'm not an expert. I'm going live on Friday on my channel. Okay, guys, you see she put there, she's going live on Friday on her channel at 6 p.m. Central Time, which is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Those who are in Eastern Standard Time. So she's going live on Friday. Okay. Mark your calendars. Make sure you are subscribed to her channel. And so you can follow and get the real deal information. Because she was there. She knows. She knows all the ins and outs about it. Okay. Her channel should be, could somebody put her channel in the link, please? Put her channel in. Mods, please put her channel in. All right, here we go. 1 second.
We mark this court's 5. The proceeding in 1C commenced on the record at 11:52 a.m. A lunch recess was had at 12:51 p.m.
Thank you.
The parties
Thank you,
returned from
Mods.
lunch, and Mr. Steele informed the court that he had a motion, and that was at 1:46 p.m. In asking then Mr. Steele later that afternoon was held in contempt. However, he was allowed to continue representation of Mr. Williams.
Oh yeah, we don't want to forget that.
The court, in asking Mr. Steele questions of how he received the information that he proffered in open court, was only concerned about the integrity and security of the conversations that were had in chambers, not whether those conversations were the subject of proper ex parte conversations or the sum and substance of what was told him at that time. Jurors Jurors entered the courtroom to resume Mr. Copeland's testimony at 3:39 p.m. The jurors were excused and exited the courtroom at 5:56 p.m. Mr. Copeland was excused and exited the courtroom at 5:58 p.m. The court asked Mr. Steele again whether he received ex parte information, and that would be at 5:59 p.m. Mr. Steele's counsel, Mr. Matthew Merchant, Mr. Alex Susor entered the courtroom. Mr. Steele was held in criminal contempt. That order of that contempt will be marked as court 6, and the proceedings concluded at 7:41 p.m. The court further takes judicial notice of the following statements proffered by Attorney Brian Steele, in open court upon information and belief stated to the court, which are still on.
This is all for his order, because he's making an order, releasing the transcript, wants to give the timeline, and wants to say now what Mr. Steele said and take judicial notice of that.
Known. There are 6 assertions that Mr. Steele proffered in front of the court. Those are contained within the transcript of courts 5, the proceedings that are held on the 10th of June of 2024 in courtroom 1C, which of course are said to be part of this order. The first assertion
Y'all
And the
go
transcript bears out
subscribe to
what
her
Mr. Steele
channel,
said.
please.
So the court is paraphrasing the 6 assertions that Mr. Steele made. They're more happily and more eloquently put in the record. The first one involves his concern that supposedly in chambers, his honorable court reporter, court at times, district attorney or district attorneys before the DA's office, as well as investigative sheriff and deputies, Mr. Copeland and his counsel met together. None of the defense team, to his knowledge, were present. Second assertion he makes is that Mr. Copeland intended to plead the Fifth Amendment.
And these are important for us to listen to these now before we read what actually happened in the transcript in the hearing, because these were Steele's
Who's
big
saying this?
gripes
Oh,
and big
Lord.
problems. And
Lord,
the
Lord.
court is putting them on the record.
Oh, Lord. Why y'all keep saying it's not her? It's her. Could y'all please stop? Why don't you believe it's her? Y'all stop it. It's her.
Before anybody gets to read the transcript. So it's important to know what the beef was that the defendant had, because if none of those came true in the hearing, then it would be a moot point. But if they were legit, then there might be a problem, right?
Okay, guys. My mods are putting her link in the chat. So just click the link and you subscribe to her channel. Okay. Click the link that the mods are putting in and you subscribe to her channel. Okay. And you put your notification on so when she goes live on Friday, you'll be able to hear everything. All right.
That's the whole issue. But again, he has to presume that they're true when he's reading these.
Right.
It is the lawyer, you know, I'm playing his clip.
Third assertion is that Mr. Copeland, as a party, was sworn, and Mr. Steele asserted that this particular conversation was, in fact, a critical stage, and that the defendants had the right to be present. The fifth group of assertions involve Mr. Copeland not going to testify. The fifth group of assertions involve what Mr. Attorney Hilton claimed or said to the witness, to include the court, involving allegations of coercion and witness intimidation, and that his counsel had the right to be present. And the sixth assertion that was made in open court was that Mr. Copeland admitted to killing Donovan Thomas. At some point after Mr. Steele was held in contempt by this court in the afternoon of June the 10th, it was brought to the court's attention, not at the court's request, by security personnel, that video footage of what occurred outside courtroom 1C.
Mods, put her channel then.
Between Ms. Bumpus,
Y'all might have to
Mr.
keep putting it
Steele,
in because
Mr.
people
Adams,
coming in
and Mr.
now.
Sharp. The court in no way sought to investigate any facts of this involving this footage.
So he's basically saying he thinks that's when Bumpus told him what happened in the ex parte hearing, right?
Well, that's what he's saying, but later on we're going to talk about it, but I don't think that's what happened.
And only considered it for the security and timeline of events that occurred on June the 10th of 2024. Also, in no way did the court consider any of this footage in holding Mr. Steele in contempt. As I said, mentioned it only for
Then why mention it?
the purposes of considering the security and breach of information that occurred within the court's chambers, not for whether or not that was truthful or not. Mr. Steele makes further made three assertions on the 10th of June 2024. One, he asserted that this was, on behalf of Mr. Williams and similar situated individuals, that this was the court held an improper ex parte meeting. Secondly, that Mr. Copeland was a sworn witness, and this was a critical stage. And Mr. Copeland was a sworn witness. And third, that he argued that this was a critical stage, and that he and the others needed to be present at that point in time to pursue the Sixth Amendment rights of the defendants in this case. As to Mr. Steele's first assertion of whether or not the court held an improper ex parte meeting or hearing, the court is guided by the Judicial Code of Conduct 2.9, which I'll take you.
Guys, make sure y'all subscribe because Friday she's going live and you can watch it for yourself or what she has to say, okay? Make sure you subscribe and put all of your notification on so you'll be able to hear Attorney Bumpus give you the detail of whatever it is that she needs to tell you. Okay, guys? Instead of her going all over the world, she can tell you on her own channel. Okay? All right, here we go.
Notice of which, in pertinent part, where circumstances require ex parte communications are authorized for scheduling, administrative purposes, or emergencies that do not deal with the substantive matters or issues provided that the judge reasonably believes that no party will gain any procedural, substantive, or tactical advantage as a result of the ex parte communication. And the judge makes provisions promptly to notify all parties of the substance of the ex parte communication and gives parties an opportunity to respond. And in this particular circumstance, the transcript of these proceedings was just prepared and is final by my official court reporter, Ms. Weaver. And all counsel will be, as I said, given an opportunity to, as soon as the court finishes entering this order, it will be e-filed, so everyone will have a chance to take a look at it and use it as they see fit. In this particular, and then the last part of 2.9 court goes on. If involves a pertinent part, if the judge inadvertently receives unauthorized ex parte communication bearing upon the substance of the matter, the judge shall make provision promptly to notify all parties of the substance of the communication, provide the parties with a reasonable opportunity to respond. And as I mentioned earlier,
So just that right there says if the judge inadvertently becomes aware of ex parte communication, he should let everybody know.
Right. That's the notice requirements. We can cure a lot of problems by telling everybody, what happened.
Which we've seen in lots of trials. It's like, yeah, I want to put everybody on notice. This happened. You just cure it, and it shows you're not doing anything nefarious. You're not trying to hide anything. You're not doing anything slimy. But he didn't do that here.
Well, like a lot of things, the cover up is worse than the actual crime.
The cover up is worse than the crime.
I'm going to release the entirety of the transcript to you all to use as you see fit.
Yes,
And
please
before any other
subscribe to her
further
channel. Attorney
Which
Bumpus'
is exactly what the defense
channel
asked.
is being put in the
address
link.
The issue of the emergency nature of this particular hearing or this particular conference in front of the court is that this involves the state's concern as to what Mr. Copeland was in fact told by his counsel, Mr. Melnick, and his understanding of the immunity agreement pursuant to 24-5-507. And that the conversations that were had in the transcript will bear out that no tactical or other advantage or any testimony that was stated during that particular hearing would be anything other than the court and or the state communicating along with Ms. Bumpus, his lawyer, who's there the entire time.
My condolences,
his
Angela.
understanding of this immunity agreement. And consider.
So he says no tactical advantage. Basically, nothing the defense could have used, nothing the defense could have learned from being there. It was just a discussion about his immunity agreement and making sure he understood it.
Well, what he's doing is he's giving his defense, and he's presenting his defense, and he's not presenting his defense for any reason because his defense is going to have to be presented to the judge that here's the recusal motion. This defense is strictly for the cameras because there's no reason to do it otherwise.
Right. And we're going to read the ex parte hearing. He knows that. Everybody has the transcript at this time. He knows people are going to disagree with those statements, including us. That no tactical advantage, no pressure was put on this witness. Nothing the defense could use or learn from this hearing. Though that's what he's saying right now, which is just not how I see it. I'll just say.
Consideration of these of this emergency nature, the court is taking into account a couple of cases outside for the record. One of them is United States versus Adams, and that's 785 F. 2nd 917, decided in March 31st of 1986. In pertinent part, presence of the accused. Although an ex parte conference to discuss threats against the witness is proper, district court must ensure that the conference is carefully conducted so no rights of the defendant are threatened. Presence of the accused. Ex parte conference between judge, prosecutor, and government witness to discuss refusal of witness to testify because of his fear of reprisal was not improper, where substance of the inculpatory testimony was never discussed and the entire conference was transcribed. And in Adams, the appellants contended the ex parte conference was improper and it violated their due process right to a fundamentally fair trial. We agree with appellants that ex parte conferences should occur, but rarely, especially in criminal cases. This does not mean, however, that such conferences are unconstitutional. Indeed, some situations, the trial judge may find an ex parte conference necessary. Cite La Chapelle, and that's LACHAPPELL versus Moran at 699 F. 2nd 560. So First Circuit case from 1983, where the court cites, in the exercise of the court's residual power to ensure a just trial, protect jurors and witnesses, a judge may, in rare circumstances, feel it necessary to confer with a juror or witness on the record, but outside the presence of others, including the defendant. One such conference may be where a juror or witness, having been threatened, wish to speak with the judge privately about the threat. A witness may not feel free to discuss any threats in presence of the defendant or even counsel for the defendant.
A lot of these are witnesses or jurors wanting to speak to the judge.
And we agree with the First Circuit. The ex parte conference is appropriate in that situation. They see United States versus Arroyo, and it's ANGULA. It's at 580 F. 2nd 1137, pinpoint 1142, 1142, and 1141, 1142, Second Circuit case. Exclusion of certain defendants and counsel from an in-camera proceedings permissible in multiple defendant trial, where certain defendants had cooperated with government and received death threats. And then you've got citation for that being 439 U.S. 913. Although an ex parte conference discussed threats against witnesses proper, the district court must ensure the conference is carefully conducted so no rights of the defendant are threatened. In this case, the court followed procedures to ensure the conference was fair. First, at no time was the substance of police inculpatory testimony discussed, and second, the entire conference was transcribed. And that's United States versus Watchmaker at 761 F. 2nd, 1149, 1985. Ex parte conference with framed juror properly were transcribed and judges' comments carefully framed. This court goes on to say in Adams, two aspects of this conference are disturbing. First, when the prosecutor began to impress upon the witness the distinction between being paid for testimony and afforded protection, the trial court should have called the conference to a close. The portion of the record quoted above indicates an attempt by the prosecutor to coach the witness on how to answer questions about inducements from his testimony. The court had already learned all it needed concerning the witness's fears and the prosecutor's plans for protection, there being no reason to participate in such coaching. Second problem occurred where Pooley took the stand. Defense counsel inquired about what inducements had been given for Pooley's testimony, and the prosecutor and Pooley both indicated the only promise was the prosecutor would seek to enroll Pooley in witness protection program if he were in fear of his life. Neither related to the prosecutor's pledge to seek immediate protection for Pooley should it be necessary. The exchange occurred before the court, and the court should have made sure that the inducements made as in the ex parte conference were completely and precisely disclosed.
Do you see any of these as being the situation we had here?
Well, no, I mean, there's not direct correlation of the facts.
I don't see any of I see major differences between all of them.
Yeah, there's not a correlation, direct correlation, but it gives him general propositions of law, which is what he's talking about. That's what he wants to do, is make things sound like there's cover for him to do this.
Exactly. He's saying, like, this isn't the only ex parte meeting or hearing that's ever happened. Right. Happens all the time in cases like this, and the defendant doesn't have to be present. But it's like a jury getting threatened or, you know, stuff happening is not the same as what happened in this case, or a witness even wanting to talk to him.
Hey guys, just remember, Ms. Bumpus will be on her live on Friday. So you guys just subscribe to her channel and she'll be able to answer some of the questions you guys have. She, you know, she's tired. She wants to be able to go on her own channel and talk about it. I know y'all all want answers and things like that. You can write your questions down, and then when she goes live, and you could, oh, there she goes. Hey.
Hello.
How are you? I was trying to keep you from having to come up here.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with people.
Now y'all see it's her. She's here, okay? I know you're tired. I know.
I'm tired. And, you know, I just want to get up here and say this. Like, I'm just so tired of people, like, they don't understand how much this has affected my life. Like, it's not a joke.
Yeah.
Like, people don't understand what it's like to work so hard to be a lawyer, to have a good reputation, and then one day just everything gets flipped upside down for doing a favor for someone.
Yeah. Yeah. And get scrutinized by the whole world. Yeah.
The whole world.
Yeah.
Y'all stop watching, listening?
No, I'm gonna play it. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Do a job. Very different than what happened in this case.
And they also deal with direct threats, which is something we'll talk about when we go through the transcript.
Exactly. I'm going to refill my water. We're going to keep listening.
Okay. Similarly, in this matter, the only thing discussed between the state, counsel for Mr. Copeland, and this court with the understanding of his immunity agreement. There were no other testimonial statements made by in terms of what Mr. Copeland planned to testify to that were induced or sought by the court in the transcript in its totality. We'll bear that out. You can have a look at that. The court has also considered Bruner versus the state as 302 Georgia at 6, and this relates to the right to be present and what is defined as a critical stage.
Hold on.
Bruner contends that he was denied the right under the Georgia Constitution to be present at certain critical stages of his trial proceedings. Embodied within the constitutional right of the courts to a criminal defendant's right to be present, see and hear all the proceedings which are had against him on trial before the court. Ward versus the state, 288 Georgia 641, pinpoint 645. Violations of this due process right are presumed prejudicial, absent a waiver by defendant requiring trial. However, there were no violation of Bruner's right to be present. The right to be present attaches to any stage of a criminal proceeding that is critical to its outcome if the defendant's presence would contribute to the fairness of the procedure. And that's Huff versus the state, 274 Georgia 110, pinpoint 111. Thus, a critical stage of a criminal proceeding is defined
Kayla,
as
your equipment says it's not connected.
Waived, privileges claimed or waived, or one in which the outcome of the case is substantially affected in some other way. And in this particular case, the court has the opinion based on case law that this was a proper parte meeting pursuant to 2.9, as well as the both party gained any tactical advantage, and that the proceedings as a whole are released to the in the terms of the transcript. So what was said can readily be seen and utilized by the defendants. Okay, and the court lastly took into consideration Tarleton versus the state. That's 368 Georgia Appeals at 313, and that involves a Sixth Amendment critical stage definition that was decided June the 21st of 2023. And in pertinent party, many instances, remand will be necessary when the right to be present is claimed by the Georgia Constitution is raised for the first time in appeal from criminal conviction. So Mr. Seals raised this at the appropriate time, and the court is in fact considering it. And the Georgia Constitution guarantees criminal defendants to be present, see, and hear all proceedings in which are against him on trial before the court. Criminal defendant's right to be present under the Georgia Constitution attaches to any stage of the criminal proceeding which is critical to its outcome if the defendant's presence would contribute to the fairness of the procedure, but the right does not extend to situations where defendant's presence would be useless or benefit a shadow. And under the Georgia Constitution, defendant who is represented by counsel need not be present for portions of the trial that involve questions of law and consists of essentially legal argument about which the defendant presumably has no knowledge.
So, but that the defendant doesn't necessarily have to be there, but his lawyer should have to be there. That's the point of is represented by counsel.
Right, somebody has to be there.
Right, but he's making it seem like, oh, no, the defendant doesn't have to be there if it's just law stuff that he can't understand. It's like, yeah, if represented by counsel, which would infer that if he's not represented by counsel, he would be allowed to be there because
this is designed for the cameras because people out there that aren't lawyers are listening to this and they're thinking, wow, you know what? This makes a lot of sense. But when you really break it down, it doesn't make sense. He's just covering himself.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are buying it at this point, but I get what you mean.
Is well settled under the Georgia Constitution guarantees the criminal defendant the right to be present and see here all the proceedings which are had against him or trial before the court. It's Prickett versus the state, 314 Georgia 435 at 441 10 This right attaches to any stage of the criminal proceeding that is critical to the outcome if the defendant's presence would be contribute to the fairness of the procedure. But the right does not extend to situations where the defendant's presence would be useless or benefit or shadow. It takes no position on whether Attorney Bumpus disclosed confidential or attorney-client matters.
Kayla, could you put your Cash App up?
The duty of candor to other counsels involved in the case. These two questions can be resolved by the state bar.
Kayla, could you put your Cash App up? Are you there?
Yeah, I put it. Do I send it to you or just put
No,
it?
just put it on underneath your name.
His use of the June 10th information.
Maybe I could do it. Hold on.
As his use on behalf of Mr. Williams falls within our guidelines set forth in the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. The court's basis for having been explained on the record, a written order of this along with the attachments will be included in the record. And Mr. Banks, where are you? Sir, as a result of this transcript release, the court withdraws the show cause for your client and others who may be present present in chambers on the 10th of June of 2024, as I mentioned earlier.
So that's off. That's canceled. No need to have the show cause hearing, right? Because now the transcript is released. So there's no violation because everybody's going to know what happened in that secret meeting, including all of you watching, right? So these people had to hire lawyers. They had to pay legal fees. These lawyers had to prepare for a show cause hearing. And the judge is just like, actually, I'm just going to give out the transcript. Maybe somebody else was right. Maybe I was wrong. I'm not going to say that, but you're dismissed, sir. You have nothing left to do, right? I mean, that's crazy that's what happens.
They also filed motions to quash. They filed a bunch of other motions. And if you remember at the very beginning of this, Banks's motion for recusal was part of recusal that he's sending to that other judge. That's going to be moot. But he did mention Banks' name when he listed the recusal motions that he had. So they also filed a motion to recuse him as well as everything else.
Yeah, and
Is
it's
it
really
the one?
crazy
Is it the one with the dog?
this stuff just happens and people have to pay for
That's my
lawyers
baby.
and all this work when they
Huh?
were right in the
Hold on.
beginning and before it even gets.
Huh?
I said, yeah, that's my baby.
Okay. Because I want to make sure it was the right one. Okay.
Yeah.
You should be getting some from me right now. All right.
Thank
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, never mind. But that's just a brutal part of our system. All right, well, listen to the last minute here of this hearing.
We were going to have a show cause hearing on Wednesday, the 3rd of July. I am canceling that indefinitely. In fact, I canceled all of that. So we will not be holding that particular hearing, okay? All right. And then then transitioning to the last matter the court wanted to put on record. Upon further review, this court will in fact enter an order sending Mr. Adamson Steels.
The minute we heard at the beginning, I just want to play that first so we can handle the clip of the fact that he is going to have another judge take a look at the recusal. Any other thoughts on that hearing before we jump into the transcript?
No, but it's interesting that the one thing he didn't do is he didn't dismiss the contempt against Steele.
Oh.
He didn't do that. So that's still out there pending.
That's interesting. All right. Here we go. Transcript of the ex parte hearing, Judge Glanville, June 10th, 2024. So here's President Chambers at this point at 9:10. Glanville, District Attorney Love, Attorney Kayla Bumpus, who is Kenneth Copeland's attorney.
I don't know what is going on with his thing here.
What is that?
Guy cleaning the outside of the house.
Okay, I'll mute your mic and I'll unmute it when it's.
Yeah, go ahead, mute it.
Okay, so present is Glanville, District Attorney, Attorney for Copeland, court reporter, and 2 investigators at this point. Judge says he's ready. Ms. Love, the ADA starts. That talks about twofold concern. One, we wanted to have the opportunity to impress upon Mr. Copeland with representation present that he faces, and we wanted to give him an opportunity to ask whatever questions he wanted to ask before he was we had to pull him into the courtroom when the jury comes out. The second concern that I have is I wanted to bring to the court's attention in line with the concern that I expressed on Friday. I don't know what advice counsel may be offering or may be offering. That is their right and their business. So why is that a second concern? That she's worried about what advice a criminal defense attorney is given, a witness potentially looking at criminal implication.
Okay. I'm sorry, you may still be able to hear some of it outside there, but
You can just talk normal.
okay. Go up to the top, and the interesting thing is you do not see the judge saying anything before this starts.
Uh-oh.
How is that possible that the judge didn't say anything before this hearing starts?
Uh-oh.
And it starts out, the first person speaking is Miss Love.
Uh-oh.
That's number 1. Number 2,
Uh-oh.
the judge makes no determination as to why this is an emergency motion.
Uh-oh.
Why doesn't the defense have to be here? Ms. Love, before you talk, explain the emergency nature and why the defense cannot be privy to this information.
Uh-oh.
None of that. So we start out with Love, so you know that there was stuff talked about and said before this transcript started.
Can I say something?
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it off. Okay.
That's not true.
What's not true?
Nothing was said before that. That's how it started.
That's how it started, just like that?
That's how it started.
No announcement or?
That's how it started. For sure.
So this transcript is full?
You gotta wait till Friday for that, but that is not true.
I'm waiting for Friday. The people in the chat was asking the question, so y'all have to wait till Friday, y'all. Wait.
They asked for
Friday.
a preview. I'm gonna give y'all a preview.
She's gonna give y'all a preview, but wait till Friday. Y'all need to go subscribe to her channel. They've been putting it in the link in there. Go subscribe to her channel. And it's at 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And put your notification on so you don't miss it. Hold on a second. This thing here.
And then you look at these two particular issues. Where is the safety of the witness? They don't really worry about the safety of the witness. They're more worried about the fact that they're not getting their way with the witness because the witness has a lawyer that's not letting them get their way. And so they don't like that. So they want the judge to take care of that. And they want the judge to intimidate the witness so he testifies. Basically, that's what they're saying.
So it also comes down to, he talks about, or she says, as it relates to testifying, I don't believe criminal exposure is a concern. It's like, well, you're the prosecutor. So it's not up to you to advise a potential criminal defendant on what the criminal exposure is. So she is, to me, this prosecutor, as we read this ex parte hearing, does not live in reality. Like, I would never act how she acts, and acts like she has all the power to do whatever she wants. And if she says it, everybody's got to listen to it. The judge, the prosecutors, the criminal defendants, the witnesses, and she just, whatever call she makes is all that matters, which is just not true. And it's not correct. And she misunderstands so many different aspects about how the attorney-client relationship works when you have potential criminal liability.
Well, I've got to, I've been a state prosecutor and I've been a federal prosecutor. She's embarrassing.
Thank you, Amari, for sending
I
it.
was the chief of the criminal division as well as the felon division of state attorney. If I had
Y'all
an
guys,
assistant
please
that
bless
said
her.
things
Please
and
bless
acted
her
like this, I
channel.
would
Bless
sue
her.
She missed the boat somewhere in her training. And she's, I believe, the chief assistant. I believe Ms. Love is the chief assistant.
To handle this case, which is a very big case.
Right.
But then
It's terrible.
So then she says, Mr. Melnick relayed to Ms. Hilton, which is the other prosecutor, on Friday that he never heard of statute 245507. And on Friday sent an email. I don't know if he intentionally copied Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart. I don't know if he unintentionally put my name on it, but he sent an email to Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, with me and Simone, where he said, this is the communication I received from Ms. Love regarding Mr. Copeland. First off, I don't think that was a mistake. I think he wanted the other criminal defense attorneys to know what's going on and what the prosecutor's telling him. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, first off, it's one of the things, the problems that prosecutors have is this is a full disclosure. He told everybody what was going on. It was no secret. And the other thing is, think about this. They do an ex parte hearing, and what do? They bash the defense lawyer who's not there and telling the judge, look, this guy is stupid. He doesn't know the statute and he can't defend himself. He's not there. So they just rip him.
My response was, whose interests are you protecting? Yours or Mr. Steele's? Which client are you protecting? Whose client? Yours or Mr. Steele's? And
Guys,
Mr.
put
Sharp's,
Kayla's
he wrote back saying,
channel
going to
in
get him
there because
killed.
people coming in.
You are making him a target. F you, is what he wrote in the email. So again, do we really think she cares about Mr. Copeland's best interest? She cares about her case, what she wants, the testimony she needs, and she's trying to make it seem like he's doing something shady when in reality, the witnesses for the prosecution cooperate with defendants all the time. We talk to prosecution witnesses or defense witnesses all the time who tell us what they're going to testify to, whose lawyers work with them. There's nothing wrong with that. He's not beholden to the prosecutor's office. So for her to act like there's some wrongdoing here is just unbelievable. And then number two, he's basically saying what you're doing is putting Mr. Copeland in danger and you don't care.
But again, he's not there and he can't defend himself. This is an easy hit for the prosecutor.
Additionally, there have been stories that other people connected to Mr. Copeland have not done well since all of this. This portion about Mr. Melnick is also interesting as to whether or not he represented Mr. Copeland at the time. And it comes down to, and what we're going to find out is, he's basically saying, if the prosecutors are having these off-the-record conversations that aren't recorded with Mr. Copeland, it's hard for Mr. Melnick to represent him if he's going to go testify. So if he's going to testify, he's not going to represent him. And the prosecutors are trying to make it seem like Melnick is doing something wrong in that situation.
This is another huge ethical problem for these prosecutors. Throughout this transcript, they admit that they had private conversations with Copeland without his lawyer there. They know he's represented. They know he has a lawyer. Regardless of this garbage about Copeland saying, I wasn't represented, I am represented, the facts are there is a notice of appearance in a criminal case, in a file, where Melnick is his lawyer. Those lawyers are duty bound to recognize and respect the fact that he has a lawyer. Until the judge releases him from his duties as a lawyer, Melnick is that man's lawyer. And these prosecutors are just outrageous in the way that they're trying to manipulate Copeland to get between him and his lawyer. That's outrageous. Hopefully somebody's filing a grievance against him.
And what else is problematic and annoying is we're going to see in this hearing, and we saw outside in court how Glanville just wouldn't let the lawyers walk away from Copeland. They basically forced them to stay, which shows that Copeland randomly saying, I'm not represented, doesn't matter. And all lawyers know that unless a motion to withdraw is filed and then granted by the judge, because sometimes lawyers want to get off the case and the judge says, too bad, no, you can't. So it doesn't just go in and out like you're represented by counsel 1 minute and 1 minute you're not, which is what it seemed like through this. So then they kind of discuss, how long he could potentially be in custody, what Ms. Bumpus needs to explain to Mr.
Annabelle, can you go put lawyer, link,
Bumpus
please?
says she just wants to be able to give him, and the court said, I know, it's kind of a statute. It's kind of the statute says, that you purge, but I can't keep him there indefinitely because, again, they're discussing whether it's till the end of this trial or the 12 other defendants that haven't been tried yet. And then we get into, but what we overheard being said, and I believe this is the prosecutor again, overhearing conversations between Melnick and Kenneth Copeland, attorney-client privileged private conversations that they are listening to. They are going to hammer you as if we're going to expose Kenneth Copeland to. Ms. Bumpus said, you heard that? And Ms. Love said, yeah. Mr. Melnick told Mr. Copeland we're going to hammer him.
Right, and then the court's comment right after that is interesting because the court is actually trying to explain that away.
Now, to be fair, as I think Ms. Bumpus as an advocate or anybody has got to tell him he's going to face some pretty significant cross-examination, which is not what they were saying. And Bumpus said, I think that's what he meant. The court said, he's going to face, he's got about 10. And Love said, so he meant the defense is going to hammer him? Ms. Bumpus said, no. Just in general, it's not going to be a hey, da-da-da. He knew that. He's already been expressing that. Right. But here's the thing. He knows, only Copeland knows what he knows and what he's going to say and what he's going to testify to. So maybe Melnick knows some of it too. Are we really supposed to believe that the prosecutor is not going to hammer him as well? If he lies or he says something they don't like, or he pleads the fifth, he's going to get thrown in jail. And he's going to get hammered on direct. And he's going to get hammered on cross. None of these lawyers represent him. None of these lawyers like him. So it's a completely correct statement to say the lawyers are all going to hammer you throughout this process. And that's something the lawyer is advising him of that the prosecutor's overhearing. And she has no fear. Once again, if I did hear this, I would be like, oh, crap. I just heard attorney-client privilege information. I need to let them know that I heard it. I'm not going to use it in any future arguments or against anybody. That's what you're supposed to do. Instead, she just openly in front of the judge is like, Judge, I heard him talking to his lawyer, and this is what he said. I have a problem with what his lawyer advised him of.
See, what's happening here, and your listeners should recognize the fact that all the impropriety that's occurring here is the prosecutor. Everything that they're doing unethical, repeatedly unethical things over and over again. The judge's sin is that he's letting it happen. That's the difference. The difference is the judge may not be saying anything that's really bad yet, but he's letting the prosecutor go crazy and act unethically. And he still has not recognized why this is an emergency and why this should be an ex parte hearing.
Yeah, and again, the judge should have just said to her, Ms. Love, that's a privileged conversation. I'm not going to consider what you're saying there. That's what he should say. He should not consider that statement.
Right. Or ask her, why were you talking to Copeland without his lawyer present?
Right.
That's a question you could ask as well.
Then Bumpus says he doesn't know what was said outside of his presence. Again, this is Melnick. So he doesn't feel like he can adequately represent him or counsel him because he doesn't know what was told to the state when he wasn't there. That's totally fair, right? He doesn't know what his client told the state. He can't advise him, that's a lie, that's not a lie, that could open you up to criminal prosecution, that couldn't, because he doesn't know what's going to be inconsistent. He doesn't know what was happening in these conversations. And also, the state wasn't recording them. That could have been solved. They could have recorded them and then given them to Melnick so Melnick would know what was said, but they didn't do that. Then they start defining what a lie is. And by a lie, we don't mean like, oh, I think you're lying. I would love to be, something obvious, because we can always impeach. But if he literally perjures himself, that's something different. We can't help that. We can't control that. Tell the truth. I don't care how bad it is. Just tell the truth. And they mean the truth, what they think the truth is. And even Copeland starts to pick up on that. Like, what if you think I'm lying? So they give some examples. Love says there's been an assertion that people are representing that their biggest concern is his best interest, and they're just not here. And Ms. Bumpus is saying she's not in position to do that. Bumpus says, I'm saying the agreement between Copeland and Melnick, who I'm standing in for, is that if he chooses to testify, I'm to get him to sign this paper that says he discharges Melnick, which again, prior to this point, no discharge papers for Melnick. That's their agreement. I can't do nothing about that. Love said, that sounds weird. It does not sound like something in Mr. Copeland's best interest. That sounds like protecting somebody else's best interest. If you talk, I ain't going to. I'm not going to represent you. I don't even know what to do with that. Bumpus said, well, he said he does not know what was said. I think it's totally fair for Melnick and Bumpus to be in this position, don't you?
Well, it is, but Melnick, and the judge will go through this, Melnick, that really is not a good thing for a defense lawyer to say, that they're forcing him to withdraw if he testifies.
But don't you think his reasoning is sound in that if he testifies, the issues that will come up while he testifies, Melnick will not be able to represent him?
Oh, absolutely. And you might want to file a motion with the judge, asking the judge to let you off the case because of that. But that's what you should do. Is file a motion with and have the court have a hearing on this information. But you're right. It's perjury.
Hey, Kat, I love
the prosecutor
you.
decides what perjury is, and
Kat, you should come up. Let me put that in here. Hold on, sorry. Somebody put the link in.
they have statements that you don't know about. Well, how can you defend your client?
And the issue was created by the state.
Yes.
Having these conversations without counsel present, from my opinion, those conversations should just be struck. They should not be able to impeach Mr. Copeland based on anything that happened in those conversations. There are ways to fix this where you could force Melnick to stay on. Meaning anything you don't know, Mr. Melnick, or you weren't there for, can't be used against Mr. Copeland. That's a fair remedy to me.
Except the judge cannot control what later on the state attorney may file a charge of perjury.
Correct.
The judge can't control that. He can control what happens in this trial, in this case, but later on, if there's a charge of perjury, the judge can't stop that.
Right, but what he can do is say you can't use that stuff, and if you are going to use that for a crime of perjury, then you're not actually giving him the proper immunity, so I'm not going to throw him in jail for contempt for not testifying. The judge can do that.
I don't know if he can. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if he can interfere with prosecutorial discretion.
But you think so? The judge has to throw him in jail if he won't testify?
I think if he keeps the fifth, yes, the judge has to throw him in jail.
Oh,
He has to. I think there's no discretion.
So he has to put him in jail?
Mm-hmm. That's my opinion. I agree with Dad. That's Dad, right?
Yes, Dad.
Yeah. I mean, it's the law. I mean, well,
but
let me be quiet.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If he didn't want it, why can you force it upon this person if they don't want it?
Well, I'm gonna talk about that on Friday, but it's the type of immunity that they gave him.
Okay. I can't wait till you talk about it on Friday because I want to hear it all.
Okay, I just got to sit down and be prepared for the questions. I'm not really prepared, but I'm gonna get prepared tomorrow.
Okay, so do you have an email address that it can send you questions so you can have those questions prepared or what?
Yeah, sure. Or they can DM them to me. I put my IG up there.
Okay, yeah, DM her if you have questions, dire need question that you want to her to answer.
I mean, everybody's asking the same questions.
Okay.
But yeah, DM me if you have a specific question.
Yeah. I mean, are you okay? Are you okay to talk about it now, or are you gonna get in trouble?
No, I'm gonna talk about anything that's released.
Okay.
But I just want people to keep talking about this immunity. I know I don't want to jump though, but pretty much at the end, they talk about well, I guess he did the judicial notice where he says that the immunity was given to him the same day he's supposed to testify. So that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. You got everybody excited for Friday. Kat, where are you? Oh, she said she's coming up. You got the streets
Okay.
on fire.
So next, Ms. Love says, Copeland was like, hey, he's not my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer. We've already kind of heard some of that. So then we get to the fact that Ms. Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland, which I thought was interesting. And again, something that if defense counsel was in the meeting for, they might want to know. Ms. Hilton already shared
Kat,
the list
I
with
can't
Mr.
show myself. I'm in my
and they'll
pajamas.
share it generally
Hold on,
speaking.
I don't even know how to switch to a picture.
Can I read you this email Malik sent me? I don't know if it'll help you understand what he's saying. So that's
Let
just
me
more
just-
about saying.
Can I just raise one
I
thing?
only
about
have a
that?
K.
Yeah.
You see that
Okay.
where the court says, I thought that Ms. Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland?
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, but I went back in this transcript. I don't see where the judge was told that in the transcript. So there must have been a conversation outside of what's in this transcript where they told the judge they had this list of questions. So that's another clue that something else went on before this transcript started.
Wait, what did he say about a list of
I think they've
questions?
had hearings.
Let me
and
do it
talked
again?
about Copeland
Yeah.
a lot throughout.
Hold on, let me rewind it a little bit. Okay, hold on.
Court and have the court hearing on this information. But you're right. It's, perjury, the prosecutor decides what perjury is. And, if they have statements that you don't know about, well, how can you defend your client?
And the issue was created by the state.
Yes.
Having these conversations without counsel present, from my opinion, those conversations should just be struck. They should not be able to impeach Mr. Copeland based on anything that happened in those conversations. There are ways to fix this where you could force Melnick to stay on. Meaning anything you don't know, Mr. Melnick, or you weren't there for, can't be used against Mr. Copeland. That's a fair remedy to me.
Except the judge cannot control what later on the state attorney may file a charge of perjury.
Correct.
The judge can't control that. He can control what happens in this trial, in this case, but later on, if there's a charge of perjury, the judge can't stop that.
Right, but what he can do is say you can't use that stuff, and if you are going to use that for a crime of perjury, then you're not actually giving him the proper immunity, so I'm not going to throw him in jail for contempt for not testifying. The judge can do that.
I don't know if he can. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if he can interfere with prosecutorial discretion.
But you think so? The judge has to throw him in jail if he won't testify.
Wow.
I think if he keeps the fifth, yes, the judge has to throw him in jail.
Oh, I don't think that it's that black and white that he would be forced to do that.
I think so.
Okay. So next, Ms. Love says, Copeland was like, hey, he's not my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer. We've already kind of heard some of that. So then we get to the fact that Ms. Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland, which I thought was interesting. And again, something that if defense counsel was in the meeting for, they might want to know. Ms. Hilton already shared the list with Mr. Copeland, and they'll share it generally speaking. Can I read this email Melnick sent? Can I read you this email Melnick sent? I don't know if it'll help you understand what he's saying. So that's
Can I just raise one thing about that?
Yeah.
You see that where the court says, I thought that Ms. Hilton had a list of questions for Mr. Copeland?
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it, but I went back in this transcript. I don't see where the judge was told that in the transcript. So there must have been a conversation outside of what's in this transcript where they told the judge they had this list of questions. So that's another clue that something else went on before this transcript started.
And I think they've had hearings and talked about Copeland a lot throughout the trial, like even outside of this with the defense lawyers there. But the defense lawyers will know because they've been there this whole trial. They're going to comb through this and pick through this. And if there's more indications of that, there's going to be more problems. Ms. Love said, so he can't force Mr. Copeland to discharge him just because Copeland decides to testify. The court said, I think you are in until it's done. I mean, and Bumpus says, who, me? The court basically says he's going to force Bumpus to stay on. And Ms. Love said she's in a tough position because she's not the one that interjected herself. Melnick is, and now she's standing in for Melnick. And they talk about the immunity agreement and how They're not going to use anything he says against him. They're not going to prosecute him for anything that he says. Of course, later they say, well, if he makes up certain lies, that could change, which we'll talk about. You're his lawyer. You're his stand-in lawyer at this point. Judge is going to force Bumpus to stay on. Love said we can't use his testimony to go find evidence to prosecute him for the stuff he talks about. Basically, he is literally shielded, again, as long as it fits the state's narrative. They basically qualify all their immunity in that. Do you think he's fearful of testifying for other reasons like personal safety? Bumpus said right. Love said that is what Mr. Melnick said to me in an email. I can pull it up. You're going to get him killed. Again, we already talked about that one. But again, there are other things going on and other reasons he might not want to testify. Then Glanville exits at 9:33. Love says, we just like to go into another courtroom and talk, give you a chance to talk to him, meaning Bumpus to talk to Copeland. Glanville comes back 1 minute later. Miss Hilton has been communicating with him. I'd like to grab her as well. So Miss Hilton's going to join the party. Then they come back basically at 10:03. So they're in recess from 9:34 to 10:03. Again, while all the defense lawyers are just waiting out there. And who is now in the meeting? Glanville, 2 district attorneys, court reporter, 2 investigators, Deputy Houston, Deputy McPherson, Sergeant Brown, Sergeant Hall with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. So 4 more officers. So now we have 6 officers, 2 district attorneys, and a judge in there with Mr. Copeland, as they're about to explain to him how bad this could get for him. Let me see something here. All right, so page 24 is when I want us to start reading a couple pages here. We'd like to hear your testimony. That's kind of where we are at this point. So
Hold on. I gotta stop it. Okay, what you said?
And Jack, they forgot about Jack.
Jack was there too. I didn't see any words of Jack. I did not know Jack was there.
I want to you personally that I have never been truthful a day in my life until I just made this statement right now. I don't comprehend none of this stuff that's going on. So
Absolute favorite part.
Right there.
Hold on. Say it again.
That's my absolute favorite part.
Should we play that one again? No, I'm just joking.
The defense counsel was in the room and he said this on the record, and now they have it, and I guarantee they're going to use it. Is this not impeachment material for this witness that the defense is absolutely have a right to?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's Brady material, ain't it?
The fact that he is that he doesn't want to testify. How many times does he say that?
All the
time.
time.
Fact that they have to keep threatening him. All that stuff is useful for cross-examination.
But specifically, if this is the state star witness and he said he's never been truthful a day in his life,
Oh yeah,
that's pretty important for the jury to hear.
But apparently nobody else in that room thought so.
Right. There's no tactical advantage. There's nothing the defense could have learned or used in this hearing at all. Totally fair game.
Can you imagine a prosecutor not using, if a defendant ever said, I've never been truthful a day in my life? Can you imagine the prosecutor saying, oh, that's not important. I'm not going to ask you that.
I don't need that to prepare for trial.
Right.
Okay. Well, the only thing you can give is truthful testimony. I mean, whatever you know is whatever you know. I mean, that's it. Hilton says, and what we'll say, and Mr. Copeland and we have talked about this. I'm not sure what your concerns are, what concerns you expressed to Mr. Melnick last week. But if any of your concerns deal with being locked up, you can't. Like, there's nothing that can happen. The feds, and Bumpus said, well, that's not, and Hilton said, it is true. Bumpus says, no. I said, that's not his concern. If his concern is safety, we need to know that. Like, that's not expressed. So we don't know what the concern is, so we can try to resolve the concern. This is what I'm saying. Mr. Copeland and I have had conversations before. I understand some of his concern is potential criminal liability, hence why we gave you immunity. The federal statute of limitations is done. The state statute of limitations, done. So there is nothing, like I researched it this weekend, but those statute of limitations for what you and I talked about, which is 2015 or before, done. You cannot be prosecuted for anything you testify federally or statewide, immune, period. So if that is the concern, there's none, because you cannot be prosecuted. The federal statute of limitations is 5 years. So anything in 2015, 5 years would have been in 2020. Anything statewide, 4 years would have been 2019, finished. Next concern, what may happen in the street. You know what we have talked about, what we can do as far as living and all of that. We have had those conversations. So I'm trying to express to you, we do not want you locked up. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that. What I've got to say to you, we do not want you sitting in DeKalb or whatever they got you because of this. I know you wanted to talk to me on Friday before you walked into court. We weren't able to talk. If you still want to talk with or without Miss Bumpus, I'm here.
With or
This
without
is a
Ms.
prosecutor
Bumpus?
saying, if you want to talk with or without your lawyer, I'm here.
Can I,
But we do
let me
not
go,
want you in custody. Go ahead.
let me go back.
Okay.
The federal statute of limitations is 5 years. That's a lie.
Uh-oh.
That's, there are crimes that are 10 years. There are crimes that are 20 years.
She's talking about, do you?
No, and in fact, that she's giving him legal advice.
Correct.
She's becoming his lawyer, and she's lying to him, totally misleading him about the statute of limitations on federal cases. I mean, you know, she's a lawyer. She can go look it up. Where did she get the 5 years for all federal crimes? I mean, it's absurd.
Are you saying
And
there's not a single
she's
federal
doing
crime
that
that's
while
Hold on,
saying
hold on,
his,
hold on.
But that's not.
Okay, go ahead, Kat.
Hilton's doing all that while acting like the other attorneys don't have Woody's best interests at heart. And then
Yeah.
she's giving him legal advice for her own self-serving benefit.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Hold on.
But she doesn't say all of them.
He does. She said he cannot be prosecuted. Said, don't worry, because there's no federal prosecution because the statute of limitations is 5 years. That's what she's telling him.
She said those statute of limitations for what you and I talked about. So I think she's saying she looked up the specific crimes that he told her he committed, and she's saying those are 5 years. She could still be wrong, but I don't think she's saying all federal crimes.
She is wrong. I'm just telling you, she is wrong.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm saying. You're 100% right in the fact that she shouldn't be giving him legal advice. And if she turns out to be wrong, like you're saying, and he does admit to something and the feds prosecute him, guess what? Too bad, so sad. You're going to prison because this doesn't hold. If she's wrong, he's the one that gets screwed at the end of the day, not her.
Right. And it's not his lawyer telling him that. It's the state becoming his lawyer.
Wow.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible. So again, I don't know what was communicated to you on Friday. I have no idea. But what the state has assured you, which I have assured you in our private conversations with Mr. Long, as I'm saying in front of Ms. Bumpus, as I told you, that's what the order says. And that is direct or cross, the judge pipes in, and that's direct or cross. So if you are worried about the defendants, they may ask you because they may know your business. But if they ask you about things that you might think you have some liability with, you can't be prosecuted for any of those. So that's even more wrong, like you're saying, because now they're saying crimes we don't even know about. And they're still saying those statute of limitations. So you're right. Mr. Copeland, I got family members watching this trial. I don't want my nephews to hear the things that I may be involved with and think it's okay. Ms. Hilton says, but I think that's a separate conversation you have with them as an honest individual. Like, look, nephew, I've lived through this life. I don't want you to live. Don't go through what I've been through. Again, pure legal advice, pure coercion, pure just telling him exactly what he needs to do and should do, forgetting about what's best for him.
Can I interrupt for a second? Maybe I missed where you read close your ears. Did you read that part?
Have we gotten there yet?
Yeah, the page before, page 26. And that you will not. Yeah, there you go. That paragraph.
You will not. This order, I don't know if you kept your copy of the order, but this order says you are immune from prosecution, any of it, literally. Judge, you might want to close your ears. If you confess to a murder on the stand, if we don't have any other independent evidence outside of what you say on the stand, you are immune from prosecution from what you say in court. So the facetious close your ears, which again, these prosecutors have no fear that the judge is going to do anything that encumbers what they want to do and what their end goal is. They know the judge is not going to reprimand them. They know this judge is not going to tell them they're doing anything wrong. They know this judge is not going to shut down this, interrogation and threaten fest that they're having with the witness. This is just proof of that. And again, we all know there ain't no statute of limitations on murder. So the advice she just gave him prior is obviously wrong when she's giving this as an example. I mean, that's crazy. Could you imagine a defense attorney being like, Judge, close your ears?
So
You got
a defense lawyer would be arrested if he did this stuff. Defense lawyer would be in jail if he did this stuff.
Copeland said y'all did this intentionally. She said, no, we did not. You and I had this conversation this morning. Again, all the conversations they had. But what did I tell you when we met with each other? I said to you, you asked me, what is the one thing that's going to get me in jail? Didn't you ask me that? And I said, if you plead the fifth, and that's exactly what you did on the stand. So again, this also reminds us, and we think back to the defense saying they knew he was going to plead the fifth. And Copeland says multiple times, I told you I was going to plead the fifth. But then it seems like Hilton thinks she talked him into testifying by threatening to throw him in jail if he pleads the fifth, then he still did it. So they knew it was an option, but they didn't think he was going to plead the fifth. I told you every day I was pleading the fifth. No, you didn't. I told you my concern.
Let me stop for a second. These things now, credibility now comes into play. Who do you believe? Do you believe the prosecutor who said he didn't, or do you believe him where he said he did? And if you remember, the defense during the hearing said they put him on the stand knowing he was going to claim the fifth. And they say, no, we didn't know he was going to claim the fifth. And he's saying, I told you every day I was taking the fifth. So this is totally inconsistent with what happened in the courtroom when the prosecutors were making their allegations about whether they knew or didn't know he was going to take the fifth.
I think it's pretty clear that they knew at some point he was going to plead the fifth, but I do think they have an argument that after they threatened him and coerced him, he said he wasn't going to plead the fifth. He said he was going to testify, and they believed him, and then that's why they put him on the stand. So I do think there's at least an argument for them there.
But who's telling the truth?
Go ahead.
Who's telling the truth?
Right.
Copeland, who never told the truth in his life.
Yeah, the judge is probably not going to believe him, rightfully so. We first met in the car on Friday. First met you in the car on Friday, which again is like, what? Is Mr. Melnick your attorney? You said he's not my attorney. I haven't even talked to him. No, I never said he's not my attorney. I said I haven't talked to him. So again, by the way,
Can I say something?
Okay, hold on.
All this stuff.
Go ahead.
I see a lot of people in the chat asking why I just sat there. And I'm going to respond to that because I addressed my client in private. It confuses and conflicts the record if I say, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. No, that's not right. I mean, I just let them talk, and we had several opportunities to break.
Good answer right there. Several opportunities to break. Okay. Which is not on record. Let me stop.
Correct. Not on record.
Not
I mean,
on record.
is there some things as an attorney that you want to discuss with your client, and it's not, it wasn't a pissing match for me. Let them talk, and then I let him get enough questions, and then we talk. It's not everything they don't have to hear.
Okay. Hold on a second.
And firing has to be unequivocal. Usually there's a colloquy with the judge so that we don't have this exact issue, because this exact issue is usually read in favor of the layperson criminal defendant who has a right to counsel. We believe that your truth is your truth. We know what you've said before. I don't know what you're going to say on the stand, but what we know is pleading the fifth is going to keep you in custody. That's what I know. Now, how you answer your questions is how you answer your questions. That's Ms. Hilton. They talk about immunity some more. The immunity came after Mr. Melnick sent us an email saying my client is pleading the fifth. So even Mr. Melnick told them officially Copeland is going to plead the fifth.
So how did they know? How did they think that Melnick? How did they think Melnick wasn't his client? If Melnick is sending him the emails, they're responding to the emails by filing an immunity claim. How can they claim Melnick is not his lawyer?
It's just basically whatever suits them, whatever's better for their case at that point. And then on Thursday, once we left, is when Mr. Melnick reached out to us and said, my client is pleading the fifth. And at that point, we gave him immunity, again, responding to that, responding to Melnick again as his lawyer. He could plead the fifth if he didn't have immunity. The immunity is what gets rid of the fifth, because you can only plead the fifth if you are doing something that could reasonably incriminate yourself. And if you have immunity, then what you're saying is not going to reasonably incriminate you. We've talked about this in other cases. If you testify, you get out of custody. You stay out of custody until you're done. And if you don't testify, you have to stay until when? And again, this is when they go over the 6 or 12 other defendants that they still have to try. So he could be in custody for a long time. And this is the judge getting involved as well, telling him exactly how long he could be sitting in jail. I do want to read this page. Ms. Bumpus, so explain the independent evidence. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? If he says he did something, he did not do that thing. If you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand, and he did not do that thing, I'm going to say, is this the first time you're saying that? And we have independent evidence to prove that it wasn't him, then what? Then nothing. What do you mean? So then he will be fine. Yes, but. So you're okay with him if he got on the stand and said things that weren't true. So she basically said that she's okay with it, but then when it's confirmed, she says, no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. So she's just speaking directly to the defendant or to the witness at this point. I don't know what's going to come out of your mouth. I expect you to tell the truth. If you say something that's inconsistent with what you said before, I'm going to ask you about the inconsistencies, but I expect you to tell the truth.
Just as a note, as a prosecutor, whenever I had a witness with immunity or anything like that, the last thing you always say is, the only thing I want you to do is tell the truth. Because during cross-examination, you know that a defense lawyer is going to say, well, what did the prosecutor promise you? What did they tell you?
Yeah.
So that you always have that statement, well, the prosecutor told me to tell the truth. So that's a statement you always make sure is in there in preparing for the defense cross-examination.
All right, so then we get to Mr. Copeland. If I'm saying something different, right? So when the police question me, they done question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I done told them. Okay, so you can say I don't recall. It's from the state. That is how that works. I don't recall. The state literally telling him how to testify as a witness, which is very interesting. Ms. Bumpus, and he can say that to every single question. I would hope that's not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And then I will go through my process of what I do. You can talk to him about what impeachment is. That won't get you locked up. Impeachment will not get you locked up. You can talk to him about what impeachment is if he says, I don't recall. What will get me locked up? What did I tell you? I don't know. What you did on Friday, I plead the fifth. If the court instructs you, so the only thing that gets me locked up is pleading the fifth. Yes. The court instructs you, you need to answer the question. You say, I plead the fifth. Again, that's what's going to get you locked up. But if you answer the question, that will not get you locked up. Mr. Copeland, so if you don't want me in jail, why you just don't let me go after the trial's over with? You are in jail because you are not answering the questions.
Wow.
Because you have been given immunity. The judge piped in there. Because you've been given immunity, you're only in jail because you got up here. Well, what about this? I answer the questions, you take away immunity, I answer the questions, and I plead the fifth. He doesn't want immunity. He just wants to plead the fifth, which I think is very interesting. But one of the other issues I see here as well is she is not just giving him immunity. She is guaranteeing him immunity in every sense of the word, which she cannot do. Mm-hmm. She is telling him how to answer the questions, and she is telling him what is going to happen regardless of what his answer to the questions are, which she can't possibly do because she doesn't know what's true. She doesn't know what's false. She doesn't know what he knows. She doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Well, the point is, she's giving him immunity. And again, I think I said this in the last video we did before. Giving somebody immunity and not knowing what they're going to say is just incompetence. I mean, it really is. You should definitely know, what is this witness going to say that I'm giving immunity for? Because again, as he claims here, he flat out says, what if I say I murdered somebody? Or, he flat out says that. They said, don't worry about it. As long as it's the truth, you don't have to worry about it. That's crazy.
So then Copeland says, I won't plead the fifth to things that don't incriminate me. The court said, and here's the court jumping in, the state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent, and that Miss Hilton is telling you is just the truth as you know it, and let her worry about, Even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege because you have been given immunity, or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. That particular false statement. And Copeland says that's what they're going to do. That is what I was saying. You will be right back here. But if you say something that you know you did not do, like you admit to something you know you did not do, like murder, don't have no statute of limitations, right? So he is correcting the prosecutor on some of the stuff she says. But if you didn't do it, I can't charge you with something that you didn't do. I don't have any other evidence but you saying it. Well, a lot of times that's enough evidence or close to enough evidence. But y'all don't you can charge him with false statements and he will be back in jail. That is what I'm trying to say, Ms. Bumpus says. But and this is back to Ms. Hilton, but if I know you're lying about that, I do not intend to do that. So she's saying if he lies and says he commits even the ultimate crime, if she thinks he's lying, she's not going to prosecute him. So it's totally up to her discretion. So she totally could prosecute him for it. So that's not an immunity agreement. That's her saying, I'm going to choose what I do and don't charge you with based on what you say, based on if I think you're lying. I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that. But I'm not going to charge you when I know you didn't do what you're trying to say you did now. And that can be part of this. I know you didn't do it. So this is the prosecutor now judging the credibility of a witness, basically saying when he's lying and not lying, basically entering the province of the jury. Because this is what the jury is supposed to do. But it's up to the judge to do that. No, it's up to the state to bring charges. I don't have anything to do with that, the judge says. He has nothing to do with bringing charges. That's up to the state of Georgia. Then Copeland says, can I call? Can I talk to my family? I will make the decision right after I hang up the phone. He's saying he hasn't been able to speak to anybody, Bumpus said. His sister just called us, Hilton said. Copeland said, y'all done me wrong. Y'all just hold me in jail. Don't let me get no PIN number, nothing. We have no knowledge. We did not know that he hasn't been able to do anything or speak to anyone. The jail system down, but y'all still putting people in. Ms. Hilton said, that part I don't know. I know we have been in communication with your sister, and your sister actually texted Miss Lassiquat, I don't know who that is, to make sure you were okay. We told her physically we had laid eyes on you.
I just want to make sure that, again, viewers know, the fact he got no PIN number, the PIN is necessary to make a phone call. It's a code that they give inmates so they can make a phone call so that it gets charged to their account and that they know who they're recording when they make that phone call. And that's why they enter a PIN number. So what he's talking about is he didn't have the ability to make a phone call because I never gave him his PIN number.
Then he says, I'm talking about locking me back up. We would have to bring charges. There would be no incentive. Y'all will. We've already had this discussion. Look what you did to me. You waited until Friday to do this. I done told you every day before Friday I was pleading the fifth. So again, he says he was pleading the fifth, and they screwed him by making him stay in jail all weekend. No, you didn't. As a matter of fact, our last, Mr. Copeland, this is the court jumping in. Let's see if we can get beyond this, okay? Beyond what your concern is. So this is the judge stepping in, trying to ease the witness's concern. You could have invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege. The state could have turned around and said, stop, had me go ahead and file the motion to give you immunity. It was going to, they make that decision. They decided on a Friday. He's saying, so that could have been procedurally how it happened, but instead they just went ahead and gave you immunity. So even if you would have been more comfortable testifying and invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege, they could decide you as a witness, they want your testimony more than they do you invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege, so they give you immunity.
Wow.
So they gave you immunity, so you've got to testify.
Now, right there, 44, if you go up a little bit, that's where the court steps in and starts going through the actual immunity order that he entered, giving him immunity. And he explains that order in detail to Copeland. So this is the court speaking now.
Okay, so you testify about some aggravated assault or murder. They can't prosecute you on it because that is what it says in the order. The only thing that will get you in trouble is the next little paragraph. Kenneth Copeland shall be subject to prosecution or to penalty of forfeiture for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt committed in testifying or failing to testify in accordance with this order. So that's pretty much exactly what he's worried about, because all he does is lie, which is what he said.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with a judge reading an order to defend. That part there I mean, that made sense that the court was actually telling him what the order said.
I think a lot of what the judge did in the hearing makes sense if the criminal defense attorney was standing right there.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
I mean, what the prosecutor did, I think the criminal defense attorney would have blown up and been just horrified. But what the judge did throughout here, and what he actually said, maybe what he didn't do would have been problematic, but what he said, I don't think he would have said any differently if there was a defense attorney in the room.
Right, and again, that's us trying to be fair, and balanced in how we're explaining this, and that the judge's problem was he was asleep at the wheel when this was going on. There were things he should have done and didn't. His was basically a sin of omission, of not doing what's right. The prosecutor, that's a sin of commission. They committed repeatedly ethical violations and legal violations during the course of this, and the judge should have held them accountable and didn't. And that was the judge's problem, was he sat on his hands and let the prosecutor get away with whatever they wanted to get away with.
So the prosecutor then says, but what I do expect for you to do is answer questions so we can get through this, so you can go home, be with your baby for her birthday, see the dogs deliver their babies, go talk to your nephews, and do all these other things. Does that sound like coercion to you?
Yes.
How
Sounds
y'all
like
know about my dog?
rather than just explaining the order. That's fine.
And he
Going
said,
beyond that, that's a question.
and he says, how do you know about my dogs? She says, because you told me. He's like, okay. Bumpus says, what's wrong? And Copeland says, I'm stressing at another level. Like, Bumpus said, I mean, Copeland said, I'm weak, man. I'm not playing. I'm dead serious, man. Like, Hilton says, this is what our position is. We do not want him in custody. We want him to tell the truth.
She'll be back, y'all.
That's what will get him
My
out
phone
of
just
jail.
disconnected.
And
So you gotta call.
you have to make, and Bumpus says, if he decides in 2 weeks he wants to testify, then what? Hilton says, if he wants to stay in jail for 2 weeks, then I don't know why you would want to stay in jail for 2 weeks. I have no idea. Bumpus says he just feels like he's under a lot of pressure right now, this second. Even at the jail, they are just, you can't give me house arrest. Hilton said, no, you can go home by taking the stand. And the court said, and come back tomorrow. We keep on saying yet, but there's no crime. We keep on saying yet. I don't know who is telling you about a crime. There is no crime. You haven't done anything wrong except for, so why am I in jail, Copeland says? Because you aren't testifying, but that ain't nothing wrong. It's not a crime. It's not a crime, but you're in civil contempt. So now they're trying to explain to him the difference between a crime and civil contempt. Were you going to say something?
No, I'm just looking.
Then he explains again why he's in jail for refusing to testify. Copeland says, you can't just sentence me. And Bumpus said, there is no sentence. Court says there is no sentence. Contempt is compliance. They want your testimony. That is all they want, whatever that may be. I don't know what it is, Your Honor, Copeland says about his own testimony. Hilton says, so listen, you're in jail for failing to testify, not for anything else. There is no crime. You ain't done nothing wrong. I don't know if people are telling you what we are going to charge you with. Nothing. We are not charging you. The state charges you. There is nothing we're charging you with. You are only in custody because you've decided not to testify. That's it. And we got to remember, all this happened after he said potentially he would falsely say that he committed a crime he didn't actually commit. And
also notice what's missing here is fear of his life or fear of some kind of retribution. That's totally missing in these arguments. They say, oh gosh, he's in fear of, being killed for this. Well, if I look through this, the prosecutor doesn't give a rat's about that. They didn't mention it once when they went through here, and he doesn't mention it either.
Yeah.
And that's going to be important later, because that's going to be the defense here of the judge and the prosecutor, is that this had to be ex parte because of the fear for retribution for what was going to happen to him if he testifies, yet they really don't deal with it.
Kat, what's your
really
channel?
Just more of talking him into
Could you
testifying.
put in the private?
It's Catnut Williams. Yeah.
What he can say, what he
Put it in
can't
the chat
say,
for me.
how he should answer questions, and how no matter how he answers, they're not going to prosecute him. That's really what it's about.
Yeah, the only thing he's scared about is being prosecuted. That's it.
Right. Actually, just being thrown in jail. Then they get into how he can purge and get out of jail, and he explains how purge means you do what we want you to do and you get out of jail. And he talks about how it's different than perjury, and the judge kind of explains that to him. Bumpus says, you've got to make a decision. So if he starts testifying today, he's going home today. Hilton said he should, as long as he remains. But if you get up there and be like, if you don't get to testifying, and then we get into, you start saying, I plead the fifth, we're going to be back here again. Bumpus said, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay. Hilton said, I'm not advising that, but so long as he answers the questions, that's fine. And Copeland said, I did these crimes. I'm telling you that. So again, a statement that a witness makes that is incredibly important to the defense's case and potentially exculpatory. This is Brady information. And guess what? If he goes out and he takes the stand and he does not admit to crimes and he says, I didn't do them, this is a statement under oath the defense should be able to impeach him with. Like, this is important. And I realize this witness on the stand is a little bit, and he's got some inconsistent statements and some issues, but this is still important for the defense to have. This is like the definition of Brady material. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I think, so he says that I committed these crimes. She's like, all right, I don't really know what you're talking about. And Bumpus said, I think, or what you're saying is you're going to get up on the stand and say something, and Copeland has no response. And Bumpus said, did we find out if he could talk to his family? Hilton says, I mean, if it's okay, we got his sister's number. As my attorney, you gotta let me, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. Oh, that'll be a change. They're not going to overhear conversation between him and his lawyer. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. Hold on. Judge Glanville handed a document to Kayla Bumpus, exited the chambers. Okay. Then the court says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions? He said, no, Your Honor. Is it your desire to give testimony today? Yes, sir. So that's how it ended. And that's important as well. I wish we had a transcript of how it ended the first time before he got on the stand and pled the fifth, but we don't have that because it wasn't recorded, and we just have to take people's word for it. Copeland said he told him he was going to plead the fifth. The state attorney says he said he was going to testify. All right, and then they start to get into what size are you, and there's nothing else really that we need to get in with the transcript. But what I wanted to ask you is, overall, what are your thoughts now that we've heard the transcript? We've heard what the judge says, the judge's arguments. We know this hearing is coming. We'll see if another judge sees it the same way as Judge Glanville.
All right. Okay.
All right,
Here's
yeah.
the balance.
Hold on.
Glanville, he holds his hearing because the state requests it. Fine. The state can request a hearing. Then he should have asked the question, what is the emergency? Why do we have to do this ex parte? He really didn't do that. And we also know that after this hearing now, he's made a decision that it shouldn't have been ex parte. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned over the transcripts because nobody else, no other judge is ordering him to turn the transcripts over. It's the decision he made. So he made a decision. There's nothing that happened at that hearing that the defense can't know, number one. Number two, he should have decided that during the course of the hearing when he discovered that there really wasn't an emergency. And therefore, he should have stopped the hearing and he should have allowed defense counsel say, look, we're not going any farther until defense counsel is here at the hearing so they can be represented. Should have done that. His defense is going to be that this was a situation of retribution against the witness, so that's why it was an emergency, which there is case law that says you can't have an ex parte for that. That's his defense. But if you read the entirety of the transcript, it shows nobody was focusing on retribution. Nobody was focusing on him getting hurt because he testified. They were all trying to intimidate him into testifying and not take the fifth. It was all about that, nothing else. So the emergency nature was zero zilch, even though they're going to claim it. His sin was he did not do what a judge is supposed to do. The prosecutor was absolutely the worst. We learned all sorts of stuff about the way they conducted themselves, but it's up to the judge. He's supposed to be the neutral guy that sits there and calls balls and strikes and makes sure that a defendant gets a fair trial. He didn't do that. That's really the bottom line.
The only thing I can think of as we read this entire transcript is the defense attorney being there would have solved all the issues. There's no reason not. It's not like if anything, the state attorney accused this witness and his lawyer of conspiring with the defense attorneys and the defendants more than she accused them of potentially doing physical harm to this witness or potentially learning something that would be dangerous for this witness, which would be a reason to keep the defendant out if that was going to immediately put his life in danger. But instead, she's saying, I don't know whose interest you guys are looking out for. And he's saying, I did these crimes. All I've been doing is lying. All that stuff is good for the defense.
Plus, think how the atmosphere would have changed if when Steele got up there and said, there was this ex parte hearing, and judge goes, you know what? You're right. I acknowledge that we have the ex parte hearing, Mr. Steele.
Okay.
You know what, Mr. Steele? I'm turning over the transcript to you here. If this is going to be all done, then read the transcript, and then you can come back and make whatever arguments you want. Just think how much different this would have turned out. But instead, he was, again, the cover up is worse than the crime. Again, he tried to cover this up. I mean, he really did, and I'm really surprised because he really shouldn't have. He just should have turned the transcript over.
Yeah, and that's the annoying part and the frustrating part. But I mean, this case is like never ending. So from what you saw in the transcript, do you think that they will recuse or disqualify Glanville from continuing on this trial? Do you think anything that happened in this ex parte hearing would cause for dismissal of the trial or anything to that level of a remedy?
No, there won't be a dismissal of the trial. In the law in Georgia, interestingly enough, if another judge is appointed, he actually can take over at the spot that this happened in the trial.
Interesting.
Now, I don't know how that could possibly happen in a trial. It's been going on since November, but that's one of the options that the courts have. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I got to be honest with you, because judges, of course, give the presumption of correctness to other judges when they're looking through these transcripts. And if you look at just the words of the court, just the words of the judge, they aren't as horrible as the prosecutor. I don't know if omission is a reason for him to be disqualified. So I got to be honest, it's not a slam dunk win for the defense that they're going to recuse him. Go ahead.
I am pretty horrified at the conversations that were happening, but I did think it was going to be worse coming from the judge than it was. So I could see this one going either way, kind of like you're saying too. If I had to bet, I would say he's not going to be recused, especially if they pick a judge from his jurisdiction. And I don't think it rises to any level to dismiss the case, but I definitely think the defense should be able to use everything that was said, including what the prosecutor said to Mr. Copeland, and the jury should get to hear that.
Oh, yeah. There should be wide latitude in cross-examination on this. The judge should let them just rip the prosecutors apart from this transcript.
They're giving you federal immunity, and they don't even have the ability to do that.
Right. And they're wrong. And they're wrong on what they advised him, and did all sorts of stuff to trick him to testify. These were tricks. He was tricked into waiving his Fifth Amendment right. But yeah, it's going to be, and I tell you another thing, and this is kind of a side note, but Ms. Bumpus gave an interview and was asked, were you the one that revealed what happened in this hearing to Mr. Steele? Were you the initial person to do that? And she said, no, she was not, that they knew about it already from another source. Then later on at a break that day, she met with 4 of the lawyers and did disclose what happened, but they already knew about it before she told them. And so I thought that was an interesting fact. So now the prime suspect, prime whistleblower, as we would call her, is not the prime whistleblower. There is somebody else out there that revealed this to the defense.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if it was Copeland himself or
maybe one of the court personnel. Maybe a court personnel made a comment or said something, offhanded, innocent comment, and the defense lawyers picked up on it.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, to think that this all can happen and think the defense lawyers aren't going to find out about it is pretty wild. So where we go from here is we take a break. We wait for this recusal hearing to happen. Then we come back to trial. They get to use all of this when they cross Kenneth Copeland, which is happening at some point. But this is going to take forever.
Yeah, another thing too. What about these jurors? Think about it. First of all, it's got to be it's got to be assigned to another judge to hear this hearing. Then there's going to be this big hearing.
Well, they won't know about that necessarily, but
no, they won't know about it. But it's the delay. They're going to sit at home for weeks, maybe months before this trial starts again. And by the way, interestingly, the judge has his own attorney at that hearing. So the judge will be represented by a lawyer who's going to represent him at that hearing. So that's going to be interesting as well. And I'm sure that, we'll hear about that hearing when it happens, but no one, in fact, they asked the judge, the prosecutor asked the judge, can we speed this up? Can we do something? The judge says, look, I have no control over how long this is going to take.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really what it's going to come down to. And we're just going to continue following it. Throw your questions in the comments. We'll take a look at them. We're going to do a live eventually. We can get our schedules linked up and synced up. We can answer your questions live as well. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you
All right. Shout out to the lawyer you know. That's who we were listening to. Hey, Kayla and Kat. Thank you for listening to that long, drawn out assessment. What do
No
you
worries.
guys?
I love the Lawyer You Know's channel, and I love when his father George is on the show with him.
Yes, yes. So, guys, what do you think? Do you agree, disagree, or
I just want to know why everybody
what happened?
thinks. I just want to know why everybody thinks that I'm working with the state.
I think because you used to be a prosecutor. That's one of the things that they were mentioning before in the chat. I think because you worked with them before in that capacity, and that's what I think.
Yeah, I worked in the DA's office for about 13 months, and I've been a criminal defense attorney for 6 years.
So to answer those people questions, she is not working with the prosecution.
On top of that, I mean, I'm the one that was in trouble for everything, so I don't understand how I could be working with anybody.
They didn't understand how you were being grilled because I saw it.
Right.
They threw you to the wolves.
I received and so I'm going to answer one question that I saw in the chat, and somebody said, "What did I say to Simone when I went back over there that day behind them?" And I said, "You need to say something."
Why do you think she didn't say anything?
She did. Remember, then she got up. I said, "You need to say something."
But it wasn't anything in your defense.
Yes, it was. Remember, she said, What are you keeping her here for?"
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was a smart move. I think you helped them by giving them the nudge to let you go. Because if Woody's getting back on the stand, what do you need? What are you needed for?
And I wasn't supposed to be there. People don't understand that I was not supposed to be there. And I'll talk more about this on Friday, but I mean, without saying too much, under Georgia law, well, not necessarily law, but state bar rules, if a lawyer cannot help someone testify untruthfully. So honestly, I had a mandatory duty to get off of that case, because how many times did he say he was going to lie?
A lot.
Well, and what's crazy is that's part of your candor to the court, and the court was present while that was happening, and he still didn't want to let you go.
Exactly. So if anything, I could get in trouble for knowing that he was sitting there lying and assisting him in that.
See, that's the thing. And then both the state and the judge knew he said he was going to lie. So why would they keep going with that?
Exactly. Well, I think the state wouldn't. That's what was crazy to me, and that's why I can't say too much because I gotta save it. But I'm gonna say this. That's why I was fighting so hard for that. Can I approach that day?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to remind him of what happened in that room. Like, are you serious right now?
Guys, make sure y'all subscribe to her on Friday. She's going to tell it. Are you going to tell it all? I don't want to say out of turn.
I'm going to tell some. Got to ease into it.
She got to ease into it. It might take a couple of months on that. Let me stop. By the time she finished, we'll be back on it. Back in court. But this is the craziest case I've ever seen in my life. It's so much craziness is happening. It's like I'm watching a movie. You know, one of those movie whodunit type of movie, guys?
It feels like the game of Clue.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels just like it. I mean, I just can't imagine some of the stuff that I have a question on. Did you guys operate like that in the past? Kayla?
I haven't worked for this administration. I
Oh,
never worked under this. I've worked under Paul Howard.
so was any of this type of stuff going on with Paul Howard?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm very, like when I'm watching the clips and stuff, it's very concerning. And I had to call several people and tell them I'm sorry because I don't watch this. Miss Sylvia, was you in there that day I got in trouble for hugging Thug and yet?
Yeah, I remember. They told you couldn't do that, and oh my God, I remember that day. Oh my God, it was
Oh,
terrible.
right. And it's crazy
Terrible.
those same people end up apologizing to me, but in real life I know these people. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mhm.
don't watch this because one, I go to court every day, and two, I know these people. But once I was coming in for Woody, I was very distant from that. I didn't look over there, I didn't talk to them because I didn't want any type of conflict to be perceived. So I don't really care about what's going on. I was really doing someone a favor, and it turns into this whole big thing, and it's just like now the whole world is looking at me, but it's really crazy.
But they try to say that Melnick was making gestures and things like that. And my camera was on Melnick. He didn't do none of that stuff that Love was saying that he did.
No, and I
So,
took up for him. If you read the transcript, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I love Melnick, okay? And
mhm.
everybody keeps saying, where is he at? Like, he feels so bad about this. And we talk, and I just believe that everything happens for a reason, and that if he was there that day, it wouldn't have went this way. I ask him all the time, like, did I do the wrong thing in the meeting? And he says no. He doesn't know what he would have done either because there wasn't supposed to be a meeting.
Mm.
I didn't
He
know
would
I
have
was
sent
going.
another email,
Right. I mean,
another FU
I asked
email.
him, like, would you have stopped it? What would he honestly told me he doesn't know what he would have done because it's so odd.
Well, and the other thing is, how do you stop a meeting that seems like every question it's supposed to end? You're getting the witness you're trying to agree to testify telling you they still don't want to testify. It's 56 pages of them convincing him that he has no choice. So
Right.
there is no stopping the meeting because they're going to continue doing this until they get what they want.
Right.
I'm still trying to understand Georgia law in regarding somebody that don't want immunity and you forcing immunity on them. I still don't understand that part.
It's a public interest, I guess. They feel like the his testimony is in the best interest of the public. I'm not gonna lie to you. The first time I ever heard of that was in that room. I said, huh? I
But
had to look the statute up and read it.
how is it the best interest of the public when he says he's going to lie? If he knows that he's going to lie, I mean, I don't get it.
Well, this is why that new docketing with the Supreme Court for Brian Steele, I feel like that's not just, some random new thing about Brian Steele being held in contempt. With the state being named as the appellees instead
Mm-hmm.
of Hilton and Love, I
Mm-hmm.
feel like that's a new grievance. I feel like Brian Steele is going to take issue with Fonnie Willis signing off on that immunity deal, that immunity agreement, because it wasn't. There's no basis for it to have been made in the interest of safety or public interest. It was made in the interest of the state securing a win in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason I'm speculating in that direction is because Ashley Merchant on X yesterday said that, what people aren't realizing is so kind of egregious about these transcripts is DA Willis had to sign off on this. And that
Right.
means she basically sanctified everything that was going on around this witness.
Wow.
And it's just crazy to me because I mean people have so many opinions about me, and I just feel like I did not ask to be in this situation. And I literally, like, I'll discuss it more on Friday, but I literally did not do anything wrong, whether that applies to the state, Woody, the defense, anything. And it's just so many people just have all these opinions. It's so funny to me.
Mm. Mm.
Well, that sucks. That's really annoying. And, because there's so many people watching this, like, it's an internet thing. It's an internet
Right.
buzz topic right now. And you had to be front and center because you had to approach the judge. You had to say, look, can I talk to you about this? Why are you holding me here? So once
And
you get
then
on camera, everyone wanted to know answers and they're going to speculate.
it was, to me, it's like living it is like so different than watching it. And then you have all these people who just started watching when I became involved, and they have nothing, they have no idea of what was happening before and what was going on before. And I cut myself off, but I had to apologize to people because before then I assumed that these boys were getting a fair trial until I got there.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have had that realization, especially people that haven't really followed it, right?
Right.
Because if you're not following it, if you don't like see, 'cause there's been days where I've watched and I'm like sick of hearing some of the arguments that go on from the state, and I'm like, how are they doing this? How is Love inserting testimony in the question she's asking a witness? Like, but if you're not watching every day, you don't catch those details.
Right.
So everything that came out of this ex parte meeting really shined a light, not just on this case, but the idea that this is possible at all, that it could happen at all.
Right.
That's just ridiculous.
And I just say all the time, without saying too much, because I think that a judge still has to rule on my motions. So my attorneys are like still
But I thought all of yours was dropped.
Yeah, but then they come and say that I'm not sure, but in that order that Judge Cross put out says that the state needs to respond to my motions as well. So I don't know if she's just going to do an order that says my issues are moot or what. If she's going to have to review
I don't
them,
think she's paying attention because
because I don't know why that was included in there.
because I think the judge didn't put an order out about yours being dismissed.
Right,
Did
and I
you
think that's
notice?
the problem.
Yeah, he left it
He
in.
was all confused in court that day when he was one of your attorneys. I don't remember her name, with the blonde hair.
Kristen.
Yeah, she went up there and she's like, "Well, can you clarify that?" And he's like, "Well, it's done, it's moot, but it might become relevant again later." And it's like, what does that mean? What? There's no clarity with that. That's conflicting.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
So you're just hanging on it. But at least you got recordings and you have documents from the court. It's been documented and he threw it out. So you just got to put in the order now.
Yeah, that's what I hope.
It's just a So the paperwork that was sent in, that was done for Steele today when the judge is looking at it. So is she gonna interfere with that too? So I'm trying to figure out why she went into.
I'm not sure.
I
know
think
that
she was the one that had to authorize the appeal volume, like the records that they wanted to send over to the Supreme Court. That
Okay.
has to come from the trial court. So that
Okay.
might just be, since she's technically the judge assigned to it right now,
Mhm.
it might just be her name attached to that appeal volume being transmitted over.
Okay.
Maybe, just guessing.
Because it says she did an inquiry. Let me go pull it up and show y'all. Right here. Hold on. Right there. This is where it says here, has her name on it, and then it says inquiry. Well, not inquiry. It says check record e-file to Supreme Court as to defense counsel Brian Steele.
Yeah, that's Steele wanted a few things to be part of this, including like the initial contempt order, the remitter, where they said like, hey, we're going to grant your supersedious bond. He put the transcript in the index yesterday.
Okay, you saw that in there? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is just them filing this appellate index because they have to get the record from the trial court over to the Supreme Court for the sake of this matter. So I think that's all that this means.
And then they gave him a date in October. So he has to wait all the way into October to do this? You see it? Hold on, let me put it.
I saw that, but I also think Supreme Court stuff, like,
Mhm.
I've never really followed something in the Supreme Court of Georgia, but in New York, it's like months for any appeals court, let alone the Supreme Court, to get something on their calendar. So I don't know, relatively speaking, if I think that's soon or slow for this state.
So you don't know if it's Kayla, how quick it usually happens? Is this fast or slow?
I have no idea. It's when they want, I guess. I mean, because don't they still have to? I mean, because didn't Weinstein or somebody file something to even get Judge Cross recused?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that one hasn't been looked at. I didn't see that one being looked at.
Well, I think that may be the determining factor.
But why she didn't jump off of it like Belinda, Judge Belinda Edwards?
I
She
I don't
she
know.
she removed herself.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think it's hilarious that she wants an answer from the state by the 8th. I don't know whether she wants to stay on or whether she can't stay on later. I think it's hilarious that she said, come on, respond. I know there's a holiday, but here's what you're going to do with your time this weekend. You're going to respond to these 3 things. But as far as this, I really think that this is, Rachel Krause, it's just, she's assigned as the judge currently. I don't really think she has anything now that it's over on the docket for the Supreme Court. And
But
if
the
you notice,
Supreme
this is Brian Steele's wife that filed this. It's not
Yeah, Colette.
all of the, yeah.
Okay, Thugger Daily says, that's confusing. That's confused me. Is the judge gonna reply to? Kat? Kayla?
Oh,
I
I don't
don't know
know.
anything about
Wait,
this
what?
law
Hold on.
stuff.
I'm trying to read all this stuff. These people are crazy. I don't know how y'all do this every day.
Well, be prepared on Friday.
Yeah, he definitely said that was one of the main things that made me so angry is that he said I violated attorney-client privilege.
I don't know, that seems like defamation per se.
Man,
Like,
I told my lawyers, I said, can I sue for defamation? Because that's how all my clients do for me. They're like, can I sue after? They always want to sue after. I said, can I sue for defamation? Because, like, what?
yeah, and he said that on national TV too, published
National
to an audience.
TV. And that's what I'm saying. People, I said a little bit on my interview with the lead attorney, but people do not understand how how this affected me. Like when all this happened, I like Miss Sylvia, I would not come back in the courtroom.
I know.
It gave me such bad anxiety. I'm like, what is going on? Because I've never seen anything like this in my life. Like, I would not come back in the courtroom. I was watching on Miss Sylvia's channel from inside the courtroom because I wasn't coming back in there.
It made me so happy when, I want to say 6, but maybe it was 5. You had a group of attorneys show up for you. Like,
5. It was
just
5
this,
of them.
they were there. I loved that. I love that so much.
Yeah.
They got on it. Gabe was on it.
Gabe was on it.
I don't know. Do you think it's just ego? Yeah. I won't let you answer that. Kat, do you think it's just ego?
Oh yeah, we got to make sure Kayla doesn't get like
Yeah,
retribution
Right,
indirectly.
because I might get he's like talking about the bar and all other kind of, I'm like, what's going on in the bar?
What did you do for
Well,
your bar to be affected?
I have no idea.
I really think he wants to keep saying these things because he knows the cameras are watching, and even though he knows there's no weight behind them, he's saying them because he's trying to clean up his own reputation and the criticisms that he's received. If we watched that, was it this Monday? Where he rambled on in court, reading off all this case law that apparently made this ex parte meeting justified and okay.
And then
All
just
of
had
that
to
was
throw
self-serving.
in and as well, most self-serving comment is they saw me on camera and he didn't ask for the footage, it was just given to him.
Well, and he had to say that because he's not supposed to go and seek things that aren't part of the record. So if he's inquiring about this or looking at this camera, this footage, that would be in violation of his own, rules of judicial conduct.
Well, he can
And
pull
he
the
definitely
cameras
interjected
from.
that for us to. I don't think
Yeah,
it worked. It didn't work.
it even backfired. Like even he needs to pull the camera every day. I'm on the first floor almost every day. I talk to Brian multiple times. I talk to several of the defense. These are my colleagues. Like, oh, you can't tell me who I could talk to.
He's just mad because you talked to people he tried to keep out of the party.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Sylvia, you had a question, and now I'm derailed. I forgot.
The question was, do you think it's about ego with him?
Oh, yeah, I think it's about not just everyone says covering his butt, but really about finding a deflection, kind of bringing another enemy into the scenario, creating an enemy. Like, I'm going to write this fan fiction. We don't know what happened in that ex parte meeting, Brian Steele, even though you were there. We don't know what happened. It could have been a safety concern. Oh, someone else could have violated attorney-client privilege. There's all these people doing these wrong things. On June 7th, that Friday, he insinuated something of bad faith was going on between the defense and Melnick. It's like just trying to drop boogeymen in here and there to get the criticism off of him. And that's why I loved, do you guys remember when Botts said, he seems like all the attorneys have different demeanors, but Botts was like, well, as long as you say we're both at fault, talking about the defense and the state both being wrong for not disclosing something. And the judge just got annoyed and he didn't even have a response for Botts. I think Glanville just wants to drop boogeymen. Something for people to put their attention to. And I really don't think it's working.
Wow. It's crazy.
All right, guys. I see y'all on Friday.
All right.
I'm looking forward to it. I will be there.
Yes,
Okay.
me too. Make sure you guys subscribe to Kayla and Kat's channel. Thank you guys. Thank you for coming up here and
Thanks so much,
gracing me with
Sylvia.
your presence. And
Thanks,
Kat,
Miss
I watch you
Sylvia.
all the time from the
Me
bushes.
too. I love.
Well, come on up.
I'm a
I'll
fan.
come up, Kat.
I'm excited to talk about another case one of these days,
Which one?
Anything at this point.
other than this.
Oh, okay.
All right. See you guys Friday.
All right.
See ya.
Okay. All right.
See ya, Sylvia.
All right. See you later, Kat. All right. I got 2 more people coming up. Hey, guys.
Miss Sylvia, how did you why you let her leave? I wanted to.
Because it wasn't answer question time. She's going to do that on Friday. Answer question is on Friday.
I had to go through them transcripts again. She ain't defend that man. She didn't defend that man.
You got to talk to her on Friday because I was not going to let y'all bombard her up here.
Right, but then not only that, they use your channel to do all this promoting, Miss Sylvia. That's
I promoted them. I did that.
Miss Sylvia.
It wasn't them.
Okay, Miss Sylvia, I'm gonna let that slide, Miss Sylvia. But
it was me.
But Miss Sylvia, she didn't do her job as a defense attorney. We just talked about this yesterday with Miss Mike, and I kind of was like giving her just a little bit of leeway. But then Miss Maya really made me understand that she has a job and a duty to protect her client and his constitutional rights at all times, no matter the judge, district attorney, or who was in the room. So it's like I don't understand how she the victim.
You gotta Friday she'll be live and then you can ask her the question. Because see, I have to protect my guests when they're up here. I have to protect my guests. You know what I mean? So I didn't want the attacks and things like that. So she's
I wasn't gonna be disrespectful. I was not gonna be disrespectful. This is your platform, so I would not do that. But I just wanted to know why she didn't fight for her client as much as she's sitting here and saying that she was.
I mean, I don't know. I want to say this. I don't think we have the whole transcript. Like after reading that transcript, there's definitely
a lot.
That's not the whole transcript. I would venture out to say that I would be shocked. I mean, I would be flabbergasted if Brian Steele did not request that audio. If there is, I mean, I know for a fact that courts have what's called a master audio. So by theory, all courts are supposed to be recording at all times, even like the small claims courts. But again, we don't know if they did it or not. That's just like the general rule they're supposed to be recording. And like I would be absolutely shocked if Brian still didn't request the audio because that transcript is not a full transcript. I think Miss Sylvia, you pointed out some some inconsistency, like when they said Ms. Love, Ms. Love didn't speak, and then like the transcript said Ms. Love said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just like certain things that to me, like that's not the whole transcript. You could just tell from reading the conversation, like there were parts that were cut off. So
Hold
you
on,
know, and then
Kayla wants the link. Hold on, Kayla wants the link. Hold on, y'all. She wants the link. Hold on, Kayla coming back. Okay, y'all be respectful.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm
Not you, Maya. It's
Oh.
Mr. Fairmont. I just want him to be respectful.
I'm always gonna
I'm
conduct
giving you a
myself
warning.
in
I'm
the
gonna
correct
drop
manner.
you. Look, I'm gonna give you a warning. I'm gonna drop you if you come after her. Hold on.
What was
Here we
said?
go.
What was said?
Fairmont, you have a question for her?
Yes, I'm trying to understand. Don't you have a duty to protect your client's rights at all times, no matter what's going on in the room, no matter who's in the room or their title?
And how did I not do that?
We didn't hear you say much in the transcript. The most I heard you say was about Melnick and about your exit.
That's not the full transcript.
First of all,
we
don't
know that.
First of all, you don't hear me
Hold on 1 second. I ain't trying to listen. I ain't trying to argue with you. I'm just asking a question.
Okay,
That's it.
and I'm
That's all.
answering because first of all, I was not in there for the state or the defense. I was in there for a witness. So I was supposed to be neutral. I wasn't supposed to be for either side. Number one. Number two, there were multiple conversations that I had with my client off the record. I allowed them to talk, give them the information they wanted him to have, and then address me privately because that's the way that you're supposed to do that.
Right, but when they started to violate his rights, why didn't you address them on that issue?
Because I don't have to address them. They're not my client. I don't owe them anything.
Man, Sadie, stop trying to defend because she got a rump, man. Go on head on, man.
Hey, Fairmont.
I ain't being disrespectful. I'm not being
You are
disrespectful.
being disrespectful. That talking about somebody's body part is disrespectful to me. So you know better than that.
I'm laughing. You got quiet. That's all.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I ain't quiet.
And you
My
also
question
have to
still
understand, do you not also in the transcript, he says, I don't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody. I don't trust nobody but her. You know who her is? You know why he trusts me?
I ain't see that part in the transcript.
Exactly. You want me to tell you where it's at and what page?
What page is it on? So I can show it
up. I'm listening.
What page so I can put it up on the screen, Kayla?
I'm listening because I was told that you had a duty to protect his rights, protect your client at all times. So
why do you feel she wasn't protecting his rights?
Because the state and the judge did all the talking. What's up, Hood Lawyer? What you think?
I think it's real Mickey and tricky in here. I had a couple of questions that was bipartisan, if you will. Ms. Kayla, I got a question for you. You can say yes, no, or pass. I give you that. You're a lawyer, so I know certain things you can't disclose and certain things you can. Is that fair?
She's looking for the page.
Oh, can you hear me, Miss Sylvia?
You was muted. I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Page 35.
Page 35. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hood Lawyer. Go ahead and
Ms. Bumpus, how you doing this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm blessed, black, and highly favored. Hey, so I had a question. You probably gonna answer. I'm a pass. So if you want a yes, no, or anything like that, cool. I don't know if you see my video or not. Did you?
What video?
Okay, then that's enough. All right,
No, I'm
so
gonna be on here watching this stuff. I'm gonna go crazy playing with y'all.
not y'all, just me. What are we
No, the
doing?
internet.
Of course. But when Woody got out that lawyer, were there basically tactical officers when he got out?
When what happened?
When Woody got out the lawyer out the elevator, pardon me.
What elevator? I don't know. I don't know what happened when he got off the elevator.
I was told when Woody got out the elevator that you and Miss Hilton were having a conversation, and that kind of drew a flag. Added with when he got off the elevator, there were a multitude of officers dressed down in tactical gear.
What elevator?
The one where he got up, basically, when he came down the hallway
The hallway for what?
to go to the
He came
chamber.
from the back. He came from the back. He didn't
I
come
was
from the
already
front.
in the room.
He was already
Yeah.
in the room. That's not what I was told. But all right.
If you really want to, because you really want to know, do a records request for the cameras. You just find out yourself. To the courthouse.
Good do. So yeah. Added with that. Never mind. I ain't feeling.
The transcript shows I was in the room first.
Well,
And the judge.
there was a saying it said, but I'll be able to kind of disclose a lot more later on. But yeah.
I
So
know what you talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it didn't have nothing to do with no elevator.
okay.
But I know exactly what you're talking about.
So
And if that's the case, Miss Sylvia know too,
I
because
was there. I saw
I
it.
had to exactly. I had to go to the bathroom. Well, I was in there for 2 hours.
And they were
And
they
I
were
walked in the
they were
hallway. Then he go ahead.
now I was saying they were bombarding you because I was trying to tell people when I was in my little chat when I was
No, he
live.
talking about during a meeting. Miss Sylvia, what happened? I came out that courtroom. Who I bump into?
You saw me. You were going inside the chamber at the time when I saw you because I was
I
coming
was
out of the
coming
judge.
out of the chamber. I had got locked in the jury room.
See, I came out of the judges because I was going up there for Pee Wee's plea
Yeah,
deal,
so
and I
y'all was
found I
in that
wasn't.
right, and so I got locked in the jury room. That's how I ended up coming through that open court because I couldn't get back to the chambers, and then that's what that meeting had already been going on.
Yeah, because I saw you. You were trying to go back inside the meeting. You went on the left-hand side, and the bathroom was on the right-hand side.
No, I was already in the bathroom in the jury room, and I got locked out. So the only way for me to get out was to walk through the courtroom. That's how I ended up bumping into you.
Yeah, because we was in the outside in the hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I walked back in, and I know what you're talking about.
But when I saw your face, I thought it was that he was upset because of the meeting. That's what I told lead attorney.
Yeah, I wasn't upset. It had been going on for so long.
Yeah.
I got a
Go
question
ahead.
for you, Kayla.
Mm-hmm.
So before Woody came down to the chambers, you were already in the chambers.
Mm-hmm.
You had no idea of what the meeting was going to be about.
So I really want to answer these questions on Friday.
Yeah.
On my channel, but yeah, I'll answer that on Friday.
Have your questions ready for her on Friday. She said send her questions on her thing. Now, what part of the transcript? Because I'm looking for it. It says Copeland, I don't trust no what's going on. I don't trust nobody. I trust her. Yeah. Yeah. He said it right here.
Okay.
I trust her word. He was talking about you.
Yeah, I'm her.
Okay, her.
So any more questions, Mr. Fairmont?
No, she ain't gonna answer much. She ain't answering much today. She gonna answer it on her channel. So I guess I'll write some questions down and have them ready.
Okay.
Send it to her. Send it to her DM on IG.
I'm really new to this social media.
You could just have it ready. I'll be ready for you.
Guys, she's not answering any questions. She's not gonna answer it on Friday. So come to her channel on Friday. I put the link in there for her channel on Friday. It's going to be 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Time.
I got a question for Kayla real quick. I know you answered on Friday, but just from working in the courts, you don't think they're gonna, like, the DA gonna blackball you for doing a live on Friday, answering questions about this, like, period?
I didn't do nothing wrong, and I
No,
think
I'm not
that.
saying do anything wrong. I'm saying, I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying, like, sometimes they get their feelings. Like, say you do
I,
a live and they watch your live. You know what I'm saying?
I
Do
don't
you have
care
this?
because,
Okay.
not to cut you off, but I don't think anybody would do that. I think a lot of people sympathize with me because it's not against the state. I mean, I saw multiple people stand up for me, the state included, and yeah, I don't see that happening. Plus, I'm not I still have a story to tell. I was affected, and nobody can take that from me.
I don't believe you was the one who ratted on nothing. I think still damn near said it out his mouth when he was talking.
Well, I already answered that on lead attorney.
Yeah, it kind of if people slow it down, he kind of admitted exactly who told him the information. So it could only be one or two people, and it ain't you. It's men, certain individuals.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that either. I
That
I
don't
don't
was
think
think
still
I
said.
still got to.
I don't think that they would have the information they had without me.
Mm.
Now, but you got to understand, like I said in the meeting, and like it's on camera, so that's the only reason I'm answering this, is that when it's hard to answer without telling everything, but when I came downstairs, court immediately started, and and even though I felt like I wasn't Woody's counsel anymore, because of the type of lawyer I am, I wasn't gonna leave him in there. So I promised him I would stay until I knew he wasn't in custody. So I immediately came down and sat in the courtroom. So I didn't have a chance to tell nobody, because court immediately started right after the meeting.
But even I just don't understand the big deal. Even if you did, it's
Oh, it's
not an
no
ex
big deal.
parte.
I
It's
could have
not. No, I'm
exactly.
just saying. I'm just saying that the judge, in my personal opinion, was making a big deal about it. I'm just saying, even if you did say something, I don't
And
understand the big
what?
deal because with 14 people in the courtroom, it's not ex parte anymore. There's nothing private about. There was nothing private about the meeting when the investigators was in there.
That's
It
true.
didn't become private anymore. So I just don't understand this. I just don't understand this whole thing. Like, oh, well, rather you told whoever told, it don't matter because when you had anybody other than the attorneys in there, it is no longer ex parte. So I just don't get this whole his chamber's supposed to be this sacred sacrament. How, bro? You had people in there who wasn't supposed to be in there, so it's not sacred anymore. Like, I just don't understand that whole thinking. I don't get it.
And everybody that keeps saying I wanted to go home, y'all are so wrong. It's not that I wanted to go home. It's that I did not understand why I was there. And there's only someone I was standing in for someone, and I was supposed to follow what they told me to do. That's like if I send somebody to court for me to take a plea, or we send people to court for us all the time. If I tell you to do something and you do something to the contrary, I'm gonna feel some kind of way because it's my case, not yours.
Right? But doesn't it kind of become your case when you take over that position and
No,
stand in?
no.
I agree with her on that one because Miss D. Williams, when she has like a some place to go, she'll have somebody to come in there and sit in there for her. And then when she leaves, she comes back, that person's she comes back to her same spot. But so they do it all the time in there.
Yeah, you cannot over. That's like if I tell somebody, hey, I have this client, I got to be in Cobb County, or I have a vacation, can you cover this for me? If I tell you to go in there and do a preliminary hearing, and you say, oh, I don't want to do a preliminary hearing, I want to do this, I didn't tell you to do that.
Right. I guess the issue is why did it felt like Melnick just left, and I don't understand why Glanville didn't. If you were only standing, why at the point? that if you wanted to exit and you couldn't exit, or they would, or the 10-day rule was in effect, because they do have to have a 10-day rule. Why didn't Glanville call Milner back or hold him in contempt for not coming back to court and leaving his client?
I want to know the same thing.
Because what my only thing is what Glanville said was true. Like in a criminal proceeding, a lawyer just can't quit in the middle of the proceeding.
I
So if
didn't
none of
quit. I was
look, I'm not
fired.
talking about. You gotta let me finish my statement, homie. I'm
No,
saying, if
yeah,
you
that don't
saying,
apply.
but what I'm saying is, if you were fired or whatever the case is is a 10-day rule. So
No, not if you're
somebody,
fired. That's if you want to withdraw. If you're fired, it's effective immediately. Just like he kept saying, you have the right to counsel. You have the right to fire your counsel. You can't
but
make me stay.
he said that, and I gotta read it again. But what Glanville was saying was that even if he fires you when you're in the middle of a proceeding, you just can't be fired. That's exactly what he said.
And that's exactly wrong. And that's how I got off, because J. App stood up and read the rule. That the
Yeah.
10-day rule is the 10-day requirement is waived if the client consents.
And he consented.
And he knew
Right.
that.
Well, so I'm just saying, why wasn't Melnick just called back there? If that's he could have just called him back to the case.
Yeah, you need to ask Glanville that.
He ain't gonna answer. I'll send him an email. I'll send him an email and send y'all a reply, because I ain't got no problem with sending it to him. I'm in a different state. You can't hold me in contempt. But I mean, just he could have just called Melnick back. It wasn't that difficult, just to tell him to come back to the court case.
Somebody said, because Woody fired them all. Stop. They said. Okay.
Also, back to the one thing that people keep saying about I wanted to go home. It wasn't about that. Like I said, I don't know if y'all wasn't on here or what, but talking about duties, I have a duty to with a mandatory withdrawal if I know someone is going to testify untruthfully. I cannot count how many times in that transcript he say, I'm gonna lie.
So you're going to answer all the other questions, right?
Yeah.
The judges do not to allow someone to perjure themselves intentionally on the stand.
Say it again, Maya.
The judge, he has a duty also, for him not to allow that. Like, and for him to know, forget the prosecution, because in my personal opinion, I think the prosecution is just dirty. But the judge, when he knew that, he wasn't supposed to allow him to do that. Like, I just don't understand why we overlooking the judge and the things that he do. I'm not gonna say no names, but I think the hood lawyer be giving the judge passes for the BS that he be doing. Like, this dude is not, like, for him to be a chief judge, you can't, there's no way in the world you know this guy gonna go on the stand and lie. You just sitting there like you don't hear what he's saying. Like, he heard when he said in one of those hearings, he was like, he was talking to Hilton, saying something about pleading the fifth, and Judge Glenville pretended he didn't hear it. Like, to me, this judge is as dirty as the DA is.
I'll take that one. I'll take that.
But I
But
do love you, though. I do love you.
no, it's cool. Listen, people think
I just disagree with you, but I love you, though.
yeah. And it's all love, baby. Listen, you can disagree, make a whole hour disagree, point out all that, any of that. I welcome it. What I would say though is that I've been giving out F's to him and all them and called him biased and all that stuff. So I didn't get praise for that. I just,
No,
decided.
No. You be giving Glanville a pass. You be hard on Brian Steele. You be hard on the prosecution, but that Glanville, bro, you be giving him a lot of passes.
I think y'all taking the last 2 weeks.
No. I'm just saying. I watch the videos because I appreciate your content, but bro, you be giving this dude passes like Michael Vick. You always giving him an easy run, and he just, to me, he be wrong, and he be playing stupid and pretending he don't see and pretending he don't. And I don't know. Do you got case law for that? You know what I mean? Come on, man. Like, no.
I think y'all more enamored with what happened the last couple of weeks. But look, when I found out he was lying, and when it's all said and done, I will show exactly the reason why I said everything I said in the past and all this stuff and everything. And then I don't expect nobody to be like, oh damn, Sadie, that's crazy. But I will say Hey, y'all feel y'all way. Y'all feel y'all way. I welcome it. That's all. I don't mind you being like, nah, I feel you wrong. Hell nah, you way off. That's cool. Yeah, I ain't above any type of criticism, reproach, anything. Nah, I welcome it. They might be upset for the way I'm discussing this with you because they probably expect me to be like, oh no, nah. That's your thoughts, but hey, I think I've been kind of clear on everything as far as when I read certain laws and I agreed with them and everybody disagreed. That's perfectly fine. But when I learned what I learned, I know I turned the chicky grease on because he's lying. He's actively lying. And I know that he's lying. And there's certain things that
Yeah.
said I want to say, but I can't say it because I don't want to come off mean or rude or acerbic or whatever in which people like to task me with. But yeah, you good.
I'm laughing because y'all so funny. Just somebody said I'm unclear what what Kayla was supposed to do in Melnick absence. Me too. I'm very unclear.
Okay, Jazz wants to know, did Woody get his phone call before he got on a stand?
I think they meant to just say his phone.
His phone call, because he was looking for a phone call to call his sister. Kayla? Yeah, she said she's going to answer the questions on Friday. Y'all want her to answer questions? Come to her live on Friday. She will answer the questions for you guys.
I got a question for Seti. Seti, do you think after this whole thing is
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, you in the matrix, shouted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Seti, do you think after this is done with, and Miss Sylvia too, that Glanville's going to get a judicial conduct? Something going to happen to him through the board? Or are they going to like give him any kind of? I don't know what to do to judges when they get those complaints, but is he going to be in any kind of trouble for how he handled the case?
I have not a clue. I don't even know. You know more than I do, Maya.
Doubtful,
No,
but I think he done after this one.
I'm doubtful
I
as
can't
well.
ask him because I don't
Doubtful
want
as
to get
hell.
in trouble. But
The
I'm just
rules,
curious.
the power that they have, that he has in particular,
Yeah,
it
particularly him for sure.
yeah, he just if you read the laws, holy hell, like I want to
I mean,
be a
they would
chief
have to
judge.
prove so much. I mean, they probably will talk to him in quiet and let him.
Yeah.
And I just don't think they'll do anything publicly. But I just want to know
So then basically that's a no.
Yeah, nah, we said
Yeah,
doubtful.
we all say no.
I have a question for y'all. What do
Oh
y'all
man.
think why do y'all think that I did not defend Woody? Like, why do y'all think that?
I didn't think that.
No, I mean, everybody keeps saying
No,
I didn't.
I honestly didn't think that anything would happen to him as well. I said that yesterday.
No, I said,
No,
why do
she's
y'all?
answering her question.
She's inquiring about why people feel she did Woody wrong.
I mean,
Fairmont,
if I can
question.
answer
Hey, look, I
it,
was defending her yesterday. And then, but
They shot a grenade at me.
I ain't shoot no grenade at you, man. I actually your last your last two videos. I watched your last two videos. They was decent. You kind of did lean on the judge a little bit, but you should have went a little harder though. You should have
I
put that
want to
chicken
see the
grease on.
videos. Where do I see him at?
I couldn't cuss him out because of
No, not cuss him out. Just fry
no,
him.
I'll cuss him out. Wait a second now. Don't
no,
do
I'm
that.
gonna
Fry
cuss
him.
him out. I don't care.
Who y'all talking about?
The judge,
Glanville.
Oh Lord, we're
because he
not.
lied. I don't like being lied to.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me
But he been lying
why
the
y'all
whole
think
time,
this.
Seti.
Fairmont, go ahead and answer her
I just
question
What was the question?
about why do y'all feel she was not taking up for her client?
Me personally, I just feel like that it was I'm pretty sure that she had to have known, they had to have discussed what they wanted to talk to her client about when she first entered the chambers. And I just feel like when he was there, I just feel like once she starts clearly hearing them, asking him to lie and things like that, I just don't understand how she didn't have a duty to stand up to them and contest them on that. That's all I'm really saying. As far as like any type of ill feelings, I don't have any ill feelings for her. I just that right there was a big question that I had.
Oli said, I don't think she did anything wrong. I think she played her cards. She knew this meeting wasn't supposed to happen.
And
It
and, and,
just
and that's
it
why
just
I'm not leaning on her that hard, because if that was her play, then I applaud her. You know what I mean? If her play
Well,
was
I'm
to
not
let
even
it go
gonna.
on and expose the whole thing, then I agree with it. But
I can't say
that
that
was
in my.
just a question that I had. And yeah, that was just it. But
I can't.
I don't have any personal uh feelings or anger towards her.
I will
I
hope
can't.
not.
Can y'all hear me?
Shut up, Sadie.
Yeah,
You
we
see
can
what I'm
hear
saying?
you. Keep talking.
I
Hold
can't.
on now.
I have to catch up to the hood lawyer, man.
Because I'm going to have to mute y'all. Let her talk. Go
I mean,
ahead,
it's
Kayla.
just so interesting to see and to know how Woody really feels about me. It's just so funny to hear what other people have to say, and I just feel like there's attorney-client privilege, and if my client tells me something and I give him his options, and he tells me what he wants to do, what is there left for me to do?
I just think from perspective of reading the transcripts, because like I said, we wasn't in the courtroom. It just felt like the judge and the prosecution was badgering him, and it just felt like if he had an attorney there, like not to allow them to badger him. He clearly, from the transcripts, seemed very confused about what was taking place as far as a perjury and other stuff, and it just felt like, okay, well, if you're in the courtroom and they seem to be badgering him, like at some point it got to be all right. He said this is the situation. The conversation, Your Honor, needs to be ended. It felt like Ms. Love and well, not Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton. They was badgering him, and it was no one there to, on the transcripts it doesn't say like you said anything as far as when they was coming at him, and it felt like he was basically made to testify. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no record of anyone just saying like, oh well, there's these people in the room, like Brian Still was on at some point, which was pointing out the obvious how many people was in the room. It just felt like he was kind of left out there in the cold. Again, that's like a person that's not in the courtroom to see the whole thing that's
Exactly.
going on.
Right.
But from the picture that's being painted is being painted in a and this is the light from the public's view of this is how it's being painted. Now, apparently you went to law school, so I'm not saying what you didn't do. I'm just telling you how it looks from the picture that's being painted. Like when you're reading the transcripts, it's like, well, damn, if he had somebody in there with him, why they ain't stopping Hilton from going on her rampage, or why they letting Glanville, say this and say that? I just felt like that wasn't their place to say. If he got an attorney, then they shouldn't be explaining nothing to him. Y'all don't have no reasons to communicate with him. He has an attorney here. So it felt like they was doing too much communication with him, period. Like it should have been no communication. You can, maybe ask him a question here and there, but to me it felt like they were just bullying this man in court, and it was like, well who's supposed to be saying something for him? Because it felt like he was being bullied. So again, I'm not in the courtroom to know. I'm just saying what it felt like from a person looking from the outside, looking in and reading the transcripts. What transcript they gave is because we don't have the whole transcript to know the whole story.
Okay,
I,
but
I,
Miss Sylvia,
Mm-hmm.
how was
Yeah.
me and Woody? How was me and Woody in the courtroom?
Y'all was very together. Y'all was very together.
Damn.
Why?
What's the first thing? Was you in there when he walked in the courtroom on Tuesday? What's the first thing he said when he walked in the courtroom?
I'm trying to remember. My memory's not
He
that
said,
good.
"Where Kayla at? I need to talk to her."
I'm trying to remember.
Well, what we seen was she fired. She
No,
fired.
it was way before. Come on now.
I'm just messing.
That's
I'm just
only
messing.
that's only after she was trying to talk to the judge about about her stance and where she was not supposed to be here. So, but he said it after because he came and asked her the question. The judge asked him, and he just confirmed.
So, Kayla, I got a question for you, but it's not about Woody though.
Mhm.
When you was on the lead attorney, y'all said something that I just was curious about. Y'all said like usually when you guys get not you guys, but usually when lawyers get bar complaints from people that's not other lawyers, the bar association like kind of just like dismiss them or don't like really pay me attention. Is there like a reason why they don't give like much weight to the regular person filing a bar complaint versus an attorney or a judge?
No, that wasn't really what he said. He was saying because of what Judge Glanville has going on, they probably won't put. I mean, because they know what's going on, that it wouldn't be much merit to that. But I'm gonna answer that too. But also, I guess what Judge Glanville would be saying is that I violated attorney-client privilege, but Woody is the holder of that privilege, so he's the only person that could say I violated that.
No, I'm
Number
saying
one.
in general. I'm just speaking in
I
general.
know.
Like,
I'm just explaining
okay, okay.
why he was saying about Judge Glanville. I think that was just an isolated situation. But with bar complaints, it's a matter of people be
Go
mad.
tell
Like you
Georgia.
got 7 felony convictions and you on bond for 3 different charges with an ankle monitor. You go to jail. I can't get you a bond, and I don't answer the phone for 2 days. Bar complaint.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about stuff like that. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought y'all
normally
was
what
just
the
saying
bar
like in
complaints
general.
are.
Okay,
Now you mess with somebody
okay.
money and personal injury, you do some stuff like that, you gonna get in trouble. But most bar complaints are frivolous. People just they don't like the outcome, and that is not a legitimate bar complaint.
All right. This question from Jazz PWP. Who is this question to? He says, why is he on the panel? Did he read the transcript? He did not. He do not. Oh my. He do know what he's talking about. I had to look at it. Why are you laughing? I was trying to figure out. I was
It's
seeing.
not you. It's not you. It's what was. You did a good job. Hey, that's how he wrote it.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out maybe I was adding on words and I didn't say it right. So who's that question to? Is it to? It's a he, so it has to be Fairmont or
Right.
SETI. Which one is that question to?
I don't think it was to me because I literally have an hour of reading the transcript.
So it must be you, Fairmont. Answer the question.
And what was the question again?
Did you not read the transcript or something like that?
Yes, I've read the transcript.
Why are you on the
What?
panel? He says. Why?
What?
Dang.
He said, say that again.
He says, why
Why
are
I'm
you on
on?
the panel? Hold on, let me go get his question.
I'm on the panel because I had a question for Kayla.
Okay, here's his question. He says, why is he on the panel? Did he read the transcript? He do know what he's talking about. She kicked herself out. I guess he do not know what he's talking about. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Well, me personally, like Maya said, what I'm saying is exactly what Maya is saying. That in the transcript,
What's up, why you gotta add me in it?
no, I'm just saying in the transcript. Well, yesterday when I was defending, hold on.
I'm messing
Yesterday,
with you. I'm messing with you.
I
I'm
was
messing
finna
with
say
you.
now
I'm
because
just
I was
joking with you. I'm
defending
just joking.
Kayla.
I'm
I was
just joking.
defending
I'm
her at
just
first.
joking. I'm just joking.
Okay, I was defending
I'm
her
just
at first.
joking.
But I basically in the transcript you just don't see much protection from the defense attorney protecting the man's rights. That's just what I seen from the transcript. Like everybody's saying, I wasn't in there, so there's parts of that transcript that's missing. So which is why I quiet down and back off of it until we get the rest or no more.
Okay, Ollie, Kayla is off. I guess this question was Kayla. She's not. She hit herself off for a second, so I don't know if she's coming back. All right, here comes Saritha. Hey, Saritha, what's going on? Saritha?
Sound like she eating.
I gotta turn my YouTube off.
Nah. Miss Sylvia, you famous now. You got
turn my YouTube off.
Miss Sylvia, you famous. How you pull all this stuff off?
How pull what off?
You have everybody on here now.
Hey, Miss Sylvia.
Hey, Saritha, your thing's still playing in the background. You still?
You was on CNN. You're gonna be on Fox News next.
You funny. You funny. Okay, Saritha, go ahead. Said he's playing.
Hey, Miss Sylvia.
Hey, your phone is messing up.
I don't think that's me, is it?
Yeah, it was you.
Okay, can you hear me now, Miss Sylvia?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Hey, Kayla. I was trying to follow because I was at. Oh, you should have saw me the day you came up in there, and I had to apologize to even someone else because reading the body language today, and after hearing that you was brought in that day, you wasn't there on Friday. That you had to represent him that Monday,
Miss
and
Sylvia, you want to tell her?
Kayla's gone.
oh dang. Well, y'all was coming at her. I ain't surprised. But she had already said that she had history with Woody, and I think there's only so much you can actually say, even on this platform. So just this is her third time, Miss Sylvia. So I think she love, respect you, and that's probably why she came. But it's still certain things that has not been said. That she probably, because she is, I went off. I didn't understand myself, the body language, the defensiveness, her having this sidebar conversation with the, because she says, can I speak to the state? And the judge said no. So she had already knew Simone and them. She had already knew Love. She worked with him, but we didn't know that the day that she had came into that court and asked the judge, well, he fired me. See, I didn't know that she had known what he had represented him before in the past, and nor did she know her relationship with the state. So, and now Mellet, who still ain't showed up as a result of all this stuff, I think that y'all was kind of rough tonight. This been a rough night. I think some hard ballers, but we've been following it. So, she did say she had, and I think Woody knew what he was doing by letting, it's a man and woman thing. If you know somebody personally and she know Woody, she took his lead, and that was probably on a personal level, but at the same time, it did get him where he's at now. Because he said he didn't need a lawyer. He said, I don't need a lawyer. He said, no. That was even on camera when he was sitting on the stand. So he was like, no, you don't need no lawyer. So Woody been playing everybody. We downplaying how we got here. And he been spinning everybody. We don't know what the truth is and what not the truth. Only Woody knows. But at the same time, these are people who have had relationships. Simone, Kayla, Woody, personal relationships. So a lot of it we reading too much into it. The bottom line is that Glanville, the judge who was supposed to orchestrate the whole thing, this what the conversation should be about, like the redaction. I wish that he would have came up off some of his information, because there's a lot more to this. And so we're reading more into it based on
That's kind of strange.
based on the information we have just gotten.
I don't want to come off rude because apparently I have that bad, so I didn't want to badger her with certain things. But I appreciate the straight up. That's pretty good. You'll see why I know. Soon, I'll put it that way.
Well,
And then when that,
I believe you.
I'm gonna set the internet on fire. Is all I'm gonna tell
I
you.
believe it. That's why it's called the connector. I've been connecting these dots for the last 100 days. You got to read.
Well,
It's
let me
not.
just
Sometimes
say this.
it's not for the person saying this what they're not saying. Thank you, Miss Sylvia, for playing that tape earlier with the father and the son, because we're not lawyers and we got to paint a whole picture. We can't just go on based on the readings of that adaption and stuff. But yeah, I think she did good. She been coming on here. I couldn't have did it. The attacks of why she didn't do this and why she didn't do that. She didn't take an oath to us. She took an oath to the law. So
Maya, mute your phone. Maya, mute your phone because I can't hear Sarita.
I just love her.
I'm muted.
Her name is Sarita. Oh wow.
Okay, go ahead.
I tried to change it, but it's Kiki, but that's my legal name. But yeah, this is her third interview. I think she only did this for you, Miss Sylvia. You know, there's a lot of things that she still can't talk about. That's why she's probably gonna do her own platform. And she did. She took an oath to the bar. You know, so it's only so much she can say. I deeply apologize. I mean, I called it everything under the sun that day with that green shirt on and them khakis, and then to find out that she didn't even live
I was
here.
gonna marry her.
Okay,
I know I heard you say,
Patrick, come on now.
yeah,
I muted you.
she had,
Sorry.
you know, the morning that she came, I think Melton called her over the weekend because she was trying to get back to Texas, but we didn't even know that until you interviewed her, Miss Sister. I mean, you know, spoke with her. She wasn't, and still, that's why I'm glad she didn't jump on the plane because she had did an interview before the 8th, whenever they just had this thing, the 6th, where the days are coming together. So she had already spoke to Miss Sylvia before even coming on before the reading. And she was like, well, they haven't called me, said that they were going to cancel. So I'm glad she didn't come. You know, she had 5 lawyers and she spoke highly of the people who represented her. And she's not even on, they threw it out. This is not even about her and Woody. I think her and Woody's relationship is fine, you know, and it still goes back to the people. I want what Seti got. That's what I want. I want that redaction.
Whoa, what that mean? What do you mean?
That
What
is
I
a
got?
fool.
Now Seti got a mole in the courthouse.
Oh, okay, all right. I've
I
been
just
watching
want to say that
cartoons as well.
Okay, we're gonna let Renee talk now because everybody's been talking. We hadn't had a chance to hear from Renee. Go ahead, Renee.
Hey, I was putting in the chat. I think what the chat and the audience really needs to understand is that this kind of boils down to immunity. And at the point he was given immunity, it was what he was put between a rock and a hard place. Because either way it went, he was going to be cursed if he testified, and he was going to be cursed if he didn't testify because he was going to be jailed. How long was a question? And I think for the most part, when your client is given immunity, your hands are tied. It's only so much you can do. And a lot of people didn't understand or don't understand immunity. Immunity is not something you can say, oh, I don't want it, or I didn't ask you for it. Too bad, so sad. It's been granted, it's yours. And now you're in between that rock and that hard place. Period. So when people were criticizing her, you need to first understand what immunity is, what it means, and it really just diminishes that Fifth Amendment right that we just, oh, I'm going to claim the Fifth. Great, fine. That's your right to. But guess what? There's something also called immunity, which trumps that. So you got to understand the position they were put in, and the prosecution put them in that position for a reason. We're playing chess here, not checkers. So that changed the whole dynamic of it. I think she did the best she could with what she had. She asked the questions that she needed to get on record to really stir the pot. That lady's not stupid. She knows the code of conduct for Georgia attorneys, practicing attorneys. She has no blemishes on the state of bar. If you look at the state bar of Georgia, she is in good standing. She's never had any blemishes on her record. Nothing. And that means something. So I think we need to back up, be patient, like Miss Sylvia said, subscribe, tune in, see what she has to say. She is a Black woman, and she stood firm. Again, as we often are given, and we do the best we can with what we are given. I think that was her situation, and I think she did well. I think she didn't falter, because there's only so much she can do. Also understand, when I say we, I am in law school now. We have a duty to not lie to the court. We have a duty not to put someone on the stand when we know they're gonna lie.
Mm.
And I think that's where the paperwork came in, where Melnick wanted to be released. If he is his attorney, which seems to be so much up in question, if he's the attorney, then he doesn't want to have a part in that. So release me, consent for me to be released, which would in turn release her if you're going to testify, because I don't know what you told them, and let you tell it, you're a liar. So how can I defend that? I feel that he had a leave of absence placed and filed. Why should he cancel his vacation because you guys haven't done your due diligence? How fair? Come on now. How fair is that? So we should consider, if we were in these positions and if the shoe were on the other foot, what would you do? And Sharitha, I just want to say the S, my name is Sharitha too.
Wow. Well, thank you, Miss Renee, because I think the bottom line is he was all he wanted to do was do the fifth. He did not want to testify in front of anyone. That's why he kept saying he wanted to do the fifth. And Miss Sylvia, you asked them, there was a question you asked yesterday, because I was with you. They had stipulations on the immunity even before the private meeting. Because even today, re-listening to the lawyer and the father, it wasn't even an immunity. She was saying what she was going to do based on whatever answers he gave her. So it really wasn't even an immunity. So Woody was listening. He knew that he wanted to plead the fifth and was willing to do the 2 years. I think if we think about it, they needed to use Woody. I don't know who it was, Miss Sylvia. They use Woody so they can bring out the interrogation videos, period, in front of the jury. Without him, even that's all they used him for. They just needed the jury to see how he was, even if he was lying in the interrogation room, they wanted to see the other side of Woody. And the only way they were able to do that was to get immunity, was to play with him, because they was playing with him with this immunity. That's why, if you notice, the last 2 weeks was about impeachment. All the redactions for the defense and all that was to impeach him. So purge was out the window. The immunity was a joke because Simone clearly, on every last one of those documents that we've been reading for the last 2 days, clearly threw the immunity out. And this is what the father of the lawyer said today at the end. We have to, it's a listening thing. It is a chess game, Miss Renee, you're right. But the law is not a chess game. And Brian Steele is still trying to fight it. I said enough far based on that, because it wasn't no immunity. Simone, if you listen to everything she was explaining to him about, she was more focused on purge, and she kept saying, well, you have to do the fifth. No, he didn't. But she knew that she had to convince him to, but the immunity, somebody said they thought it was just state. You remember this? But they said no, it's federal. But once you looked at the readings from the that, I don't know how to communicate all that. She said, I won't do this and I won't do that. You can't switch a contract in the middle of the game. But she was trying to convince him that she had the power to do that. And the judge sat there and let her actually run the meeting. And like he said with Gaither, he gonna spin them as quick as they come at him. And that's why he was correcting her. He was making her repeat herself so he can understand how to play the game going into the courtroom. And that's why a lot of it was impeachment. They've been going back over and over now what they were going to impeach him on. It wasn't no immunity. They just used that immunity to get those tapes out so the jury could see it.
Well, actually, the immunity is what compelled him to either get on the stand. That's the rock in the hard place. The immunity took it to the next level. You either get on the stand and testify, or
how many times did he say in the private meeting? He had already said he wanted the 5th that Friday. So
right. So
and he in jail.
We
So
got
he
people
came to the
waiting.
meeting.
Serena, we have people waiting in the back
Okay.
here. I'm
Thank
gonna.
you, Sylvia. I'll sit in the splash screen. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, hon. All right, let me let some folks up here. Okay, Danielle.
I needed her to say St. Paul's Ebenezer Baptist Church on Sundays this Sunday. Back to
Sir.
revival. Now, I love her voice. I love that voice. I swear I do.
Sir.
I gotta hire her.
Danielle.
Hi, Miss Sylvia.
Hi.
So my question is, so is there any kind of way that, because it was supposed to have been recorded, correct? As far as like the transcripts.
Yeah, it was correct. It was recorded.
Okay. Is there any way that we can get the recording versus
The recording is with the court reporter. She would have to be the one to release it, and the judge would have to be the one to okay the release of it.
the judge being Glanville?
Yeah.
Okay. And are they still going to have the trial where still gets to question the judge and everybody that was in the meeting?
That's with the Supreme Court, and I saw that it has October date on that so far.
Okay. Well, those were my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Patrick. Patrick, how
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I've been following the case myself.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. I was thinking about something. When you said something earlier, or they said, I think when they started this case, because I had just started following it when they started it, it's the judge.
You got to turn your thing down in the background because we hear a repeat.
Hold on. Let me do something. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, dang. I fell. Now here's my. But here's the thing. This is what I was thinking. When you said something earlier about the whole case, or they going, because I read the transcripts too. I've been reading them. Or they trying to use Woody, or they setting Thug up with this? Because I don't think Thug committed all that. I don't think he really did.
So what's the
I don't
question?
think he did all that though.
What's the question, Patrick?
How are they going to? How can I word it? I don't want to word it wrong. Like when the judge was doing that little secret meeting y'all talking about, well, I was still really left out of that because he wanted to know what's going on too, like everybody else. Therefore, I was trying to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was trying to say about it.
They were trying to get Woody to testify.
Because I really believe something is really going on with the judge. I've been really reading.
So what do you
What's
think
your
is
take
going
on it,
on?
though? I just want to know.
So what do you think is going on with
I
the judge?
think either not to be rude towards the judge because he's really trying to. How can I say it? I don't want to come off the wrong way. I'm trying to word it right. He is really playing a checkers game with Thug now because Thug seems like he really laid back in the court. If you really seen how he was, it really seemed like he laid back through all this. That's what I was saying. Because I really believe he really They tried to say he committed when he killed when they said he tried to kill Nut, but I don't think he did that because remember they say his YSL is a gang, but to me, I think it may be two versions of YSL. What do you think about that?
Two version? You mean like one the music and the other one the gang? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, because you can tell how Thug lawyer even said that. If you remember when Steel came up there, it's been a while, but he talked about that.
Can I answer
Remember
that?
when they first started doing it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can I answer that, Auntie?
Go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, so I personally, this is my belief. I believe like starting out, in communities, everybody call people gangs and all of that. Family call people gangs or whatever the case may be. But I personally think starting off they was in the street. I definitely believe that. But I also think when Jeffrey's career started taking off, he tried to step away from it. But it's like you can't keep you can't keep a finger in it. Some people you just can't take with you. And I think when his career took off, he still repped YSL because he named his franchise YSL, but it wasn't the street part for him anymore. But he tried to bring the people that was in the streets
Oh,
with him starting off with him, and he should have just left them. That's just what I believe.
oh, the way they said it, the way he was wording it was like it ain't a label, but it's a gang though. That's what tripped me out when I heard it. I'm like, wait a minute, huh?
Well, I think
And
it started off.
y'all want
I
to know
think it
something?
started off as a game, and that's why he
Right.
named
That's what
his
I was
because
thinking.
that's just where he came from. So I think that
Oh,
when he tried to get into his music and his music hit big, like that's all he knew was YSL. So he named his product YSL. And I just think they just coming for him because
oh,
he the one that made it. He the one that got the money. So so yeah, let's get
okay.
him.
Because I've met, did I ever tell y'all this? I got to talk to Thug a few years ago. Yeah, I talked to him before,
What do you think about that,
and
Auntie?
you could tell.
I agree with you.
And look,
Yeah,
here's the
he
thing
tried to
though.
bring the
I got to
people
talk to
that
one thing
that
before.
that got it out the mud with him. He tried to bring.
Patrick, she's talking at the same time. Can you hear
Oh, I'm
her?
sorry.
No. I'm saying he was talking the same time you were talking. It's hard to hear. But go ahead, Danielle.
All right.
I I just think that like in some communities that's all you have is your people, and all of them was trying to rap obviously, but he made it. So he tried to bring those people with him. So he's on tour. They're shooting, and he's saying YSL like he don't even with the phone calls. He didn't know what was going on. So it's like he's the one that got the money. So they like, well, he's funding it. He's buying the guns. He's doing this. He's doing that. Like I just think they putting it on him because he's the one with the money. And the lady that just left, she said because we're black and Kayla's a black woman. Well, everybody in the courtroom is black. The judge is black. The attorneys. That means nothing. People just want power. That's it, and that's all. They don't care because they black. That has nothing to do with nothing. We say that, but it has nothing to do with nothing.
Thank you. Hey, I have Michelle on here and I have Joe. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hey everybody.
Hey.
I just wanted to come up and defend Kayla a little bit. Um, we see on the transcripts there's 12, 15, I think 16 minutes that she has a private conversation with Woody, and then another 30 minutes, so they say, that she had a private conversation with Woody after she was in there, and she was there for the listen. She was there to hear what they had to say and then to give him the best advice that she could based off of who she know him to be and what his desires were, and what his concerns were. And that's what she did in accordance to standing in for Melnick. So I think that we should let let it be what it is, wait for her to speak on Friday and hear what she has to say. And if there's more transcripts, there's more transcripts. But I do think that we need to focus on what we do see in the transcripts, because I felt a little bamboozled as we was watching the trial, like 2 days, 3 days after this meeting had already happened. And of course, we didn't know what was going on in the meeting. But to hear, I don't recall, I don't remember the things in the transcripts that Hilton was pretty much parroting to Copeland to say, to hear Copeland say, I mean, to hear what he say, um, everything I said was a lie when I met with the detectives, knowing that Hilton's position was trying to convince us, to convince the jury that everything that he said in 2015 was the truth and everything he's saying now on the stand was a lie, when she knows that he told her and the judge in the chambers that everything he said already in 2015 was a lie. And she was trying to convince all of us that he was telling the truth back then. Like their whole position was a lie. The whole reason of giving this fake ass immunity was to force him to be on the stand to say he doesn't remember so they can get these videos in. All they wanted was the
Yeah.
video. They didn't care if he remembered or if he didn't remember. They wanted him to say, I don't recall. Honestly, that's what they wanted so that they can get these videos in. And then knowing that they wanted to get the videos in, and we had to sit through a whole week and a half of listening to 18 hours, 26 hours, however many hours of them going through these videos, what's in, what's not in. Girl, you could have been did this. You knew you was gonna, you and that judge and whoever else, facilitated to get those videos in. That was the entire purpose. That was it, the entire purpose of calling him to the stand. Because we all know ain't nobody stupid. Woody is no good witness. So to me, I just feel like Woody said, I feel bamboozled listening to all of this, manipulation, corruption, and all of this, that they all worked hand in hand. And I completely agree with Steele in his motion that the judge is sitting at the prosecution table. So that's what I had to say.
If I could, I think that she kind of did her job though. Hilton did.
Wait. I wanted Joe to come first, Maya. Hold on. Let Joe say something.
Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Miss Sylvia? How you doing?
Hey, Joe. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I just want to say thank you. I'm on my way to Jacksonville, and you are making my trip very pleasant. Um, but I got to say this, right? Um, See, we came up from an urban community, and I'm in Atlanta. You know, um, if anybody looking at this that came up where we came up, right, through the poverty and just through the neighborhoods and just, you know, just growing up as a black man, when you look at the interrogation or just the investigators, Woody been spending them since day one, right? He been spending them since day one. And the problem is detectives that don't realize that he's in everything that he's saying to get up out of there, right? Because if you sitting in the interrogation room, this situation, Now, looking at it, he been spending them since day one, and it's crazy that they built this whole case around that, and that's the reason why they needed him. And which y'all all know this because we've been following this since day one. This is the reason why they needed to get those tapes in, because they built the whole investigation based on that, right? And as far as the judge goes, and this is my opinion, we already know that he was a prosecutor. So it just seems like he kind of fell back in his old ways and sided with the state.
right? So it's just a whole bunch of corruption, right? And I pray every day that my kids never find themselves in a situation where they have to face something like Jeff is facing right now, and all the other guys as well, you know. And that's my take on it.
Thank you. They're asking you questions, Pat. I guess everybody wants to talk to you. They want to know what
Oh, okay, okay.
Doug said. What did Doug say? They said when you talked to Doug, what did he say?
Well, when I talked to him, this like I just met him, probably right when his career was starting. I'm gonna say when Stoner came out, I had just met the dude, and personally, it didn't seem like he was what they saying about him now. He do a lot for his community. He do a whole lot. If you ever seen him, like when I went to Atlanta and seen him, he was doing stuff for the kids. You know how he is. He do stuff for his family. But then, why would they want to paint him as a killer, though? That's what I'm not getting. That's what I was getting at.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like,
Okay,
I
thank
mean,
you. Maya,
if you ever really,
you were saying something else?
that's
I'm sorry,
crazy.
because I was trying to get Maya to come back because she was talking before. You were saying something else?
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Maya?
was saying, you see, he do a lot for his family and his community. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Okay, thank you. Maya?
Oh, I completely forgot the comment I
I'm
was going to make.
sorry.
I got lost in it. No, that's fine. I just forgot to.
I think that you were going to say something in regards to what I was saying because you were saying that you believe Hilton was doing her job.
Oh yeah, I think Hilton was doing her job when she got the videos in. I mean, I I agree with the judge's decision to let him in? No, but I think she was doing her job. I mean, you know, they know Woody wasn't going to come up there and be like truthful. I think she did her job. I just think she's going to have a hell of a time in trying to impeach him because if he told you from the very beginning that he was going to lie, like I don't see how she's going to be able to impeach him. But I think she did her job. You know, I don't like the tactics she used, but I think she did it. I think her and Ms. Love are both doing their job. I think you can't get mad at, you know, the saying goes, you know, you gotta hate the don't hate the game or hate the player, however that saying goes. But her and Ms. Love doing their job. I think they're dirty. Now, you know, I think they're doing a lot of unethical things that they probably should be brought up, you know, about the bar. But I think they're doing their job. You know what I'm saying? I think getting that evidence in that shouldn't be in, you know, getting that Brady material in that shouldn't be, you know, they should have disclosed and they haven't disclosed it and not giving us up the Brian Sell. That's what prosecutors do. I think we missing the point. Like, yo, they not there to, some of them not there to play clean. They there to get, you know, something done. And unfortunately, if I like the method or not, I think they're getting it done. I don't think they're proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but I do think they're doing their job, especially Ms. Love. Like, I don't like her sometimes, but you know what I mean? Like, I think you got to give her the props that she's a good attorney, and so is Hilton. You know, I think, you know, I don't think Thug is 100% innocent in all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? But I do think they're doing their job. And, you know, I think he did some things when he was younger. And, you know, unfortunately, karma catches up to you. I don't think he's innocent. I think some of the things they said he did. But do I think the way they're prosecuting him is wrong? Yes. You know, if this was a fair trial, then I would be like, okay, it's a fair trial. You know, he's getting charged for some of the things that he had involvement in. But it's not a fair trial. But I don't think he's an angel in any of the sense, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think the way that they're doing things to him is correct. But, you know, karma sometimes hits you that way.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't really have
But
it.
karma doesn't hit if you're doing dirtiness to get
Yeah,
them. That's not karma. That's just
yeah, and
Yeah,
I don't have a
but that's his
position to.
karma, Miss Sylvia. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we sitting back and we don't like how he being treated, right? But I'm saying he did some things and he's paying for the things he did. We just don't like the way they're going about it, but
But
that's kind of
how can you say that they're how can you say that they're unethical about how they're going about it, but they're doing their job? Like Their job is to do things and do it ethically, not to
Well, the job
unethical.
is to get a conviction, right? The job is to do it ethically, but it's to get a conviction. I don't agree with how they're doing it, right? And maybe I'm biased, but their job is to get a conviction. And some people will say their job is to get a conviction by any means necessary. I think they're unethical, but I'm not the bar association, so I couldn't, really say if what they're doing is unethical or not. I mean, I will find it hard to believe from an unbiased standpoint these people are doing these things on national TV for the world to see and still keep doing them when they're unethical. I mean, I think that's crazy, but
that whole ex parte thing was not for the whole world to see. It just happened that way with the situation came out.
And we
right.
wouldn't know if it didn't come out, we wouldn't know that she coached him to say his responses, that she knew that he was already going to say, or that he was telling her that he lied about everything. Your Honor, I never told a truth one day in my life until this statement I made just now. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it should have been a wrap right then.
Right. I mean, listen, the judge shouldn't have signed an immunity plea. He shouldn't have signed it. Like, I think that's what people are missing too. He shouldn't even have signed it. Like, this is what I'm saying for me personally. Like,
but he signed it before the ex parte meeting.
He should have ripped it up after that.
No, you said he's hold on. You saying
he signed it before it because he signed it on that Friday. The judge signed it Friday morning when Woody came up, and that's when Woody said he plead the fifth. That's when he went, held him in contempt. He went to jail. Then that Monday he told him to come back, and that's when they had the ex parte meeting.
Right, but what I'm saying that whatever. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Maya.
I was just saying that whatever point the judge, with his own two ears, heard Woody say that he wasn't going to tell the truth and all the other stuff, I think at that point he should have rescinded the immunity agreement. That's just
he has the right to change his order, to change his ruling. Like, he can adjust it. We've seen him adjust it. We've seen him say he's not sending their recusal to another judge and came back and ate those words. We've seen him, say that he's holding Brian into contempt until he tells him what he wants to hear, and he changed those words. So, I mean, he has the right to do that, and he has the obligation to do that. I mean, irregardless to if you feel that Hilton and Love is doing their job to get the conviction, I mean, do you feel the judge is doing his job as being a unbiased referee?
Absolutely not. I think listen, the dude is so biased, you can see it, but I mean, he's biased, but he's very biased. I don't understand how how the Judicial Conduct Board can ignore what he's doing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm in a different state, but I don't think he's unbiased. But Hilton and Love, they're doing their job. I don't agree with how they're doing it. I think some things could probably fall under unethical lines, but like the Brady stuff they're supposed to give still, and they kept saying this meeting didn't happen, and it did happen. Like, they know they're supposed to give still this information, and they just didn't do it. And even at some point, the judge had to even say, you got to give them your whole entire case. And if they beat you with your stuff, then they beat you with your stuff. So, I mean, again, I don't agree with it, but that's how they're choosing to play the game. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's messed up, but that's kind of what most prosecutors do. I think the difference is, like, people are actually seeing it because it's on TV, but if you ever get a lawyer to be true, this is the kind of stuff they do all day, every day. It's not right, but this is why they're so comfortable with doing it. You can tell, like, this is not something they're like, let me sneak and do it. They are so comfortable with doing stuff they shouldn't do. They're doing it right in front of cameras for the world to see. You know what I'm saying? So I wonder, is what they're doing unethical, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because it's like, would they be so bold to do something unethical in front of the cameras for the whole entire world to see?
I think it is, because I'm sorry, Sylvia, if Steele would have never brought that to the attention, right, we wouldn't have never known that it was a meeting held in his chambers. And I just think that on the strength of that alone, right, it shows too much corruption on the strength of that alone.
But Joe, here's my question for you. So, and this is what I'm saying, is Hilton being unethical, or is the judge? Because let me ask you a question. When Hilton said she requested an ex parte meeting, the judge didn't have to grant it. Just like when Bumpus requested to go do a sidebar and he said no. So again, my question is, are they unethical or is the judge been ethical? Because just because you request a meeting don't mean I got to give it to you. Because the judge is the referee, so he knows that still them should have been invited, even if they didn't invite still. You get what I'm saying? So I'm just like, who's
See,
Well,
so right now,
that goes to the point of him sitting on their table at their at the prosecution table. I mean, at the end of the day, it to me, and I'm extremely unbiased, and it's just to me right and wrong. Period.
Right.
I don't have, I'm just completely unbiased about it. I'm just very like, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. And I don't like to see. I really hate to see. First I hate the case, all of the crimes they did or didn't do, black on black. I can't stand. I hate that it's black on black being dirty and prosecuting these people the way that they are. I don't like none of it at all. But I just want to see whatever justice is supposed to be done right. Like, if you gonna put me in jail or put these men in jail for 30 years or however long you are, you're gonna have to do it right. There's too many people in jail for prosecutions like this who did nothing wrong. So if we're watching it, you need to be right. And I think that they don't care because it's probably what I've been watching. That's what it seems like, because they're really bold. And it almost feels sometimes that Love and Hilton, and more so Love, kind of runs the courtroom more so than the judge does, in my opinion, from some of the things that, they assert and they say it with so much boldness and confidence. And he just kind of gives them, their way more than he definitely should.
I got a question for Maya. What independent evidence have you heard that supports the theory that Thug is guilty and his karma is catching up to him?
So I'm not going to say independent evidence, but I will say that, as a person who, I guess in a better lack of terms, has their ear to the streets, I'm not saying he's guilty of everything, but I'm just saying he's not innocent. Like, at the end of the day, he's a street guy, or was a street guy before the music. Like, we can't pretend that's not true. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he did what they're saying he did, but I'm saying he was a street guy. He was into the streets. Did he have stuff with the stuff they have him on trial for? Did he do it? I don't know. That's not what I'm just saying. He was a street guy. He was in the streets. All of them was in the streets. They committed certain type of crimes from what the streets say. And I'm just saying some of this that he's getting just maybe his karma. Again, I'm not saying what they have him on trial for he did. I'm just saying when you're in the street, you do street stuff. That's just common knowledge. Like, nobody's in the streets not doing street stuff or you're not a street person. So again, I'm not saying that I'm just saying that some stuff he's getting could be karma. I don't agree with how they're doing the trial, but I don't think he's this innocent person who was walking down the street and they picked him up and said, we're going to charge you with all these crimes. I just don't think that's possible.
But isn't the law says it innocent until proven guilty? So,
I mean, innocent until proven guilty in that aspect, yes. But I'm saying innocent as the fact that, like, he didn't do anything. Like, he's just walking down the street. He didn't do nothing. Like, nothing. Like, they just picked him up for no reason and said, we just want to charge you. And you just, he just minded his business. I don't think that's the case. I think he's done some things. And, it is what it is. But I don't,
So basically, he's basically guilty by association.
No, he's guilty. Come on, listen. All right. So
I'm saying because why I say this is because the crimes that they have that they've brought forth are not crimes that he committed, but crimes that the others committed, and they've already been convicted and already served their time.
Yeah, that's what I said. But I said that. I said what they have him charged for may not be what he's done. I'm just saying that he's done some things. I'm not saying it's those things. I'm saying he's done some things. That's why he's in this position that he's in. I'm not particularly saying those things. I'm just saying he's done some things. And that's why he's sitting where he's sitting. He's not sitting there because he was just a guy making mixtapes that did no wrong. Again, I'm not saying the things they charged him when he did. I'm just saying he lived a street life, and this is why he's in the position he's in. I don't agree with how he's being treated, but
I don't know, y'all, because we all done some things,
Right.
and people change. So I nothing again. I just don't believe in karma, because we all done some things in our life. I'm 44, and I know I done some things, right? I just pray that I never have to worry about those things resurfacing. And at this point, I'm not really worried about it. I think people change, and as far as Jeff is concerned, if you listen at all of the people that come up and talk about him, it seems like he been telling them, man, I got to cut you off because you still in the streets, and we not doing that no more. If you listen to Tick, if you listen to DK, even if you listen to Woody, right? You hear them, you hear Thug or Jeff kind of disassociating itself away from that. So I don't know. I can't.
No, I agree.
believe in that karma.
Let me say this, Joe. I believe that he did change. I'm not. That's all I'm saying is that at some point in his life, and I believe it was at a younger point, because if you listen to most of the stuff, this stuff happened 10 years ago, and if they was really that serious about charging them, they could have charged all of them 10 years ago. Why they waited until now is beyond me. But if at some point, all I'm saying is that at some point he did some things, and this is why he's here. And you're right, we all.
I don't know. I don't agree with that's why he's here. He's here
I don't
because
either.
there's a prosecutor who's jealous of getting position and doing whatever she needs to do to get her name out there. That's what I see.
Yeah.
It's not. I
It's
don't think
power. It's
I
just
agree.
power.
It's, I mean, and I agree with that. I think that it's probably a little twofold. Like, I'm not,
They were
I'm
saying
from,
like
I'm from Dallas.
before Fonnie, it was Paul Howard, and I don't know how long he was in office, but he never prosecuted the case because he didn't have anything to prosecute with. And
Exactly.
you know what else? I also think it's a lot of other stuff going on in Atlanta as far as like the way she's spending money. I was listening to like some of the congressional hearings to where they were saying where they were getting grants for this and grants for that, and
Danielle, your thing is messed up. Hello?
Miss Sylvia, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm gonna let her come in because her thing came out a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Go ahead and
All
her.
right.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Danielle.
They were saying like Atlanta has received a lot of money under her, Fonnie, and where they're funding for gangs, they're funding for youth, schools. It's just a lot of money that's been rolling around, and she's saying how to spend it. So I just believe like she's just trying to cover her tracks too.
Okay. You got bad connection, Danielle.
I got one more question
Hold
for
on a second.
Maya.
I,
Let me let her go. Go ahead, Hurt. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hurt.
Yes, I mean Danielle is 100% correct. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, and to be truthfully honest, I know a lot of these young men that are on trial with this case. Like I've been knowing them since they were kids.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth of the matter is, yes, that is true that, we all have a past. I grew up in the projects as well. When you grow up in the projects where we're from in Atlanta, for instance, I'm a woman and I grew up with a group of women in the projects, we're labeled by the community that we grow up in. I grew up in Herndon Homes, so everybody that knows me will call us Fifth Ward. Thug growed up on Jonesboro Road. He growed up in Jonesboro South. So everybody from Jonesboro South is considered from Jonesboro South. When you're from a different community, it doesn't matter if somebody comes in your community and you get into it with them. It's basically you against the entire apartment complex. Yeah, he did things as a kid. We all did things as a kid. And just like the gentleman said before, if we all was judged on things that we did as a kid, we all would be on trial. We all would be on trial. This is bogus. This entire trial is bogus. this is very personal from DA Fanny's standpoint. If you ask me, I don't know what occurred with her. I really do think that this stemmed from her dating Mondo first, because he was one of their friends, and I'm sure that it was a lot of bed talk or pillow talk that occurred that had something to technically do this. But this is a bogus case. I mean, he said time and time again that the reason that, he was upset with Thug because he didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, just like the gentleman said before. It's crazy that, as our parents has told us when we were growing, you have to be very careful who you have around you, because people in your corner can be very envious of you, and you don't even know it. And this is what this is. It's sad that one person's tape, one person's confession has all these young men on trial like this. It's
And a
crazy.
confession that he said was a lie.
That he said was a lie.
He said that he made it up and that it was a lie. He said that in the judge's chambers. And
Yeah.
that's just what makes it even more crazy. And that's, I mean, I feel that it's a lot of probably parts into it. I'm not from Atlanta. I live in Cali. I don't, I didn't grow up like in the, in the kind of areas that most of the people on the trial did. So I'm, not talking from like a state of knowing, but from reading and from observing, it's clear that it's money. It's
Yeah.
clear that there's a personal vendetta somewhere in there.
Yes.
Somebody done pissed off the wrong.
Your mic
She's
cut
right.
off.
They're
There
doing a
they,
chess move
there they go with their
for
phones.
they're doing a chess move for Congress or a chess move for, some type of political position. And it's very, very unfortunate that they're using this case to, herald their cause and their agenda, because it's families' lives, it's people's future. And when you are playing, like when, Maya said she's doing her job by being unethical, like, no,
Exactly.
like earn this case. You're going to earn every year, every hour they spend behind bars. If that's the case, if you truly have a case and you truly have a case, manipulating stuff and playing this and playing that, like it all needs to go to the trash. That's all I can say. And
Not
Yeah.
only not only that, their constitutional rights have completely been violated. Like, Jeffrey Thug has never been convicted of a crime. How is it possible that this young man has been sitting over there in that jail that long without a bond for no apparent reason, because of somebody else's personal vendetta? Like, it's almost like they were guilty until being proven innocent. That's wrong.
But
Yeah.
you know what else I thought though? Um, I was thinking, even if the judge had not recused himself, even if we didn't find out about the meeting, Woody was on the stand in front of those jurors and told him that he was a liar. They were not going to find Thug guilty. They were not going to do it.
That's what I figured.
They
I mean, I feel like they probably wouldn't have, but at the same time, you never know. I mean,
they
it's so corrupt. Who
no,
can
it's
say?
the people that's doing the case is corrupt, but these is 12, 14 people that's just
To me,
like
yeah,
out.
but to me, if the whole judicial system is corrupt, who's to say they not sliding them some extra money? Who's to say, like Fanny over there padding everybody's pockets? All these people work for the state in some form of fashion. I mean, you could go real conspiracy. I mean, I wouldn't want to take that, to the bank. I wouldn't bet.
Well, that's part. I get what you're saying too. What I'm talking like from the juror's perspective, because they are the
I'm talking about the jewel, however you say it, jewelry, whatever, however you say it. I don't know them, so I'm not going to say that they are going to take a bribe or they're going to do this or they're going to do that. I'm just saying, in that county, I wouldn't put nothing past nobody.
no.
And
I totally get what you're saying, but my thought was just listening. I'm thinking there's no way because it's factual that they built this thing around Woody. They built this entire case around a person that stood in front of the people and said, "I'm a liar," and everything I've said, they don't. There's no
Yeah,
way.
but Hilton made her plea, like when she was arguing about the videos, her
Mhm.
argument is this. Like she kind of gave us like some of her closing argument. And her closing
Mhm.
argument is that Woody was telling the truth in 2015 on these videos. He's
Mhm.
lying now in the courtroom because he's looking at Thug and all of these people and he's scared and they're making him say something different. That is what it was going to say in her closing arguments. She said it.
Mhm. Okay.
Let me ask y'all this: y'all don't think do y'all think the detectives are more believable than Woody?
No.
No.
I'm
What
talking
what
about. I'm talking about from
detectives
the
even
jury.
the
I'm talking about to the jury. I'm sorry. I meant to say like
oh well I think
like
they
you know
like
those two detectives who were part of First 48. Do you think the jury would believe them more than they would believe? Because the detective, I can't remember that guy's name. The black one, the one that I'm
The
thinking
light
of.
skin one.
Yeah, I think he was the one who was saying when I think still might ask him a question. He said no, but I know Woody, and if Woody say he pop at your head, he pop at your head. Like, do y'all think the jury would buy more of the detective story and believe them? Because to me, it's like the detectives were on the stand basically saying, "Well, we believe Young Thug did all these things or the gang." So, do y'all think the jury will believe them more than?
I
But
don't
I think
know.
that's where the reasonable doubt come in. They don't know what to believe at this point. I believe them people. They confused. They tired. They
I think they
hungry.
tired more than
They
anything.
they ready to go home at this point. They like we confused. We can't say who did what at this point. So hey, it's either a hung jury or let us go at this point.
I think they'd end up being hung, which means they'll just start it all over again, which is so unfortunate. So I hope that it just all goes by
I
with
hope
prejudice.
it all goes away as well. But I will say this, like I know these people on a very, very personal level. And when Woody said on that stand that he's lying on his daughter, like these are my personal close people. He's not lying. He's not lying. He lied about it all. He would never
But
ever
guess,
ever.
and the thing is, they kept that in the transcripts. He told them back there, I lied.
Mhm.
I've been lying.
And you would think at that point the case should be over.
He told them,
He came
I
in there hot into the chamber saying, Your Honor, I ain't never told the truth a day in my life until this
yeah,
statement I made just now.
yeah.
And I agree with what her name Shell too, because the way Judge Glanville has strong armed the people in there, overruled. He's been so dominant this past time. There's no telling what he said to the jury backstage for real. Like
Well,
there's no telling.
that's true too.
I
I
wouldn't.
almost,
I wouldn't. I personally, if they were my family, I would be leaning towards. I would be right there with still be fighting for dismiss with prejudice. You know, all of that before I would want it to go into any juror's hands, even if
So
because
many
we
petitions
feel
been filed. It's crazy
you
on
know
this
what, Miss
case.
Sylvia, I knew I had something to ask you. How was Hilton face looking when she cited a case and didn't know it was Steele that did the initial argument on the case? I was thinking like how
I'm trying to remember when was that?
I forgot which particular day. I don't know if it was to get some of the videos in or the jail calls. But she cited one case that she cited and Sharp had got up and said something.
Okay, her phone just went out.
It was
yeah, I remember that. It was fun.
yeah,
Your
it was
phone went out again. Your phone went out again. So we
I'm
didn't.
sorry. It was actually my case. It was actually a case that I argued and won. I was like, what are we doing here?
So you're an attorney. You got paid. You didn't even tell us.
Who?
You.
I'm not an attorney. I'm a healthcare worker. I'm just all the way in. I
You
almost
had a case you argued, so I thought you was an attorney. Okay.
No, I was talking about Steele. When Hilton was arguing something to get either the video calls in or the jail calls in, and she cited a case,
Oh,
but it was actually Steele case.
okay. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, that he won. I'm just I hate
Uh,
this so bad for them. I really really do.
I mean, I think that Sylvia, uh, um, the question about the I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know how to say that word right.
Jury.
The jewelry.
Jury.
Yeah, it's a good question for you because you're there. You know, you gave them nicknames. You see their demeanors. You know, I mean, me personally, I would be over it. I'd be ready. Whatever y'all
That's
want
what I'm
to do,
saying.
like
Like
I'd be out. Like I would be. It would probably be a.
She went out again, y'all.
that wasn't me that time.
Okay, so it's Michelle went out then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I went out. You guys
Yeah,
don't
you
hear
did.
me?
You did go out.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did, but um I just think that I would be just like I'm over it. I'm tired of seeing y'all. I'm tired of sitting here. These seats is hard and I'm ready to go.
All of it. All of it. All of it. And you
I don't.
built
And it is and it's and I mean, I'm saying that now, but I probably wouldn't in the moment because it is these men's lives. But to get 14, 12, however many there is, to all be on the same page is. Mm.
I
and
think that
don't
we,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I th-
I don't think that Fonnie knew that this Rico case was going to get this much publicity.
She didn't.
It's
I think
so,
she did. I think she knew.
but
I
for
think that's
so
what she
many
wanted.
attorneys and so many judges to be elaborating on this case, and the world is watching them secondhandly do corruption. Like it's crazy.
Which lets you know, like, and it's being televised because it's Jeffrey. And it lets us know what really goes on for real
Mm,
in the system. This didn't just start.
yeah.
They've been doing this.
Yeah. Imagine a person that don't have the money
Yep.
to hire those big attorneys. Imagine the
yeah.
young person standing in front of a system like this that don't have the money. You know, imagine how many people inside Fulton County, DeKalb County,
I know a
any of
lot.
these counties right now because they didn't have the money to fight corruption.
And that's one reason why I'm so voice about it is because I have a son. My son is 28 years old. Oh my God. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, Patrice says, are we able to get the audio of the transcript? It's a lot of crooked, dirty dealings going on with the state. No, unless the judge allows it to come out, no, we're not going to be able to get that because that's the court reporter's personal stuff.
Emmett,
So
could you? I'm sorry. Could you pay to order it from the court reporter?
I can. I mean,
No,
we
I'm
can.
not saying you. I'm saying.
I think we can ask. We can ask.
So is there
Sylvia,
a
I want to ask you a question. Do you, in all honesty, because you've been following this case, like been there almost every day or whatever,
From the beginning.
do you think that Judge Glanville is embarrassed at this point?
I think he's embarrassed.
he's prideful.
I don't know if he's embarrassed. I think he's more
Caught.
caught. Yeah, what's another word for caught? The exposure.
Right.
Yep.
He's
Yep.
Yeah. Hey Mimi, go ahead,
but
Mimi. I needed Mimi to say something. Hold on. Yeah. Hey Mimi, go ahead, Mimi. I needed Mimi to say something. Hold on. You gotta turn your
Mike
YouTube
on.
down. You gotta turn your YouTube down. Okay, that's Kush. Hey, Kush.
What's up?
How are you?
All right.
What would you like to input? What would you like to say?
I just been listening to all this.
You got to turn it down in the background, the YouTube part.
Uh, Thug not guilty. That's what I want to say.
All right, Cushy. Thank you for that.
Thug not guilty. That's what I want to say.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you now because your stuff is still making noise in the background.
Do you guys think that the other, well, I'm sure like even with the case being recused and it has to go to the other judges in the other counties, I'm pretty sure they watching this too.
Okay,
I'm,
Kush, I'm gonna mute him. Don't unmute yourself either, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry, good ladies.
No, you're fine. I was just thinking about the other judges that's gonna in Gwinnett. I think they said Gwinnett County and Floral. Like, I'm pretty sure they're watching this too. How do you feel about that, Auntie? Like, do you think they are on probably, and I know this is pure speculation, on the same stethoscope as like Power Struck, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
You know what I think? I think a lot of them, because I've heard a lot of them say some like negative things about this whole process, and a lot of them said they were never taking this case if it was them,
mhm,
and they feel that this whole case is a waste of the community's tax dollars, and
mhm.
they said they should just go ahead and just throw in the towel. That's what
No,
I've heard from different
can
judges.
can the Supreme Court, can they make them take a case?
I don't know.
Because hey, if won't nobody take it, what are you gonna do? Hmm.
call a judge from out of state.
Like from the different counties, like they were saying they
I
were
mean,
have other.
I had a case where I had sued a judge, and
Mhm.
nobody wanted to take it, even from my neighboring county. So they actually had to call a judge from Virginia because no county even next to me would take the case. Nobody wanted to be a part of a judge being sued.
Wow.
Did you win?
We settled. We settled.
Hmm.
It wasn't a win in my book because I didn't get what I wanted, but it was better than the alternative. So
So next question, can like if once everything is over and prayerfully that the guys are found not guilty, um, can can Jeffrey sue Atlanta?
They said in that kind of
So
case, certain things they can sue for, but for the prosecution, no, they probably cannot sue that, but they can sue if their rights were violated in certain things. Yeah.
I hope he sue him, and I hope he make a big movie.
I think a lot of laws in there are going to be changed from this. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't see how they can't change laws. I do. I think there has to come some type of laws being changed in Atlanta because this case is so big and the corruption is like when you have people who don't even like know anything about court at all, know nothing about the judicial system, and they can see it. I would be it just would be crazy if no kind of laws at all were changed. I think I feel bad that it was thugging them who went through this, but I think the good thing that comes out of this is if some kind of laws and legislation be changed on how they can do things.
And it's also like made a lot of people, like even myself, like I've been so tuned in to where it's this is all I do. And it's like now it's just an eye opener that, like I said previously, this it's been going on. It's a lot of not just black men, women. It's a lot of people that's behind jail cells due to a dirty judge. You know what I'm saying? Dirty prosecution. It's just
It's but it's the
Crazy.
majority of it's the majority of our black men though.
Absolutely.
The system is and has always been at war with the black man. So it's strictly to take us down and keep us from moving forward. Like the I think her name is her, like she was saying, um it's this has been going on for a long time. So it ain't like they don't know this
Right.
stuff has been
It's
happening.
nothing new. And it's like they were saying about Paul Howard. They were saying like when Miss Willis was elected, it was so many cases that was at the district attorney's office, and this is the one that she decided to pick up and put the most money towards. It was just like,
It's personal for her.
Right. It's
I was
personal.
going to say, I think I definitely heard that this was personal. And you want to know what I don't understand also? And I don't know if Miss Sivan comment on why didn't Brian steal them like I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they could do anything, but if I mean, I think it's personal now where everyone knows that she had a relationship. I think it was with Nut or
No, she
they
had a
said
relationship with
they said Nut and Mondo.
yes.
Mondo.
I don't. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, wouldn't this have been a conflict of interest for her office
Yes, it
to
should
even
have been.
And
prosecute
also, she
this?
represented Mondo.
You
Yes.
Yeah,
said what?
remember they brought that out in the trial. Remember, and the judge hushed them up.
And he's
Somebody
the
Say
only one that
say
was
that
not
again.
remember
She
case.
there.
represented Mondo in cases, so she had information about what was going on in
Yeah,
Mhm.
but Miss Sylvia, remember when it was Sharp who tried to bring that up and the judge hushed him.
I remember.
So
Yeah.
I'm just I guess I'm a little curious on. I'm gonna send some emails out and send y'all the responses. Right, I'm gonna post
No,
them for you.
you're right. He
I'm
did
just
hush her.
curious on why didn't they try to move the case from Fulton County, because I would assume it would be a conflict of interest if she was sleeping with, you know.
Allegedly, y'all.
Ain't
Allegedly.
no alleged
Allegedly.
Miss Sylvia. She was getting
No,
them boots
I
and
don't know.
house.
I
Ain't no
wasn't in the
allegedly.
bedroom. I was not in the bedroom, so it's allegedly.
They didn't have a
So
sling relationship.
who is Mondo? I heard his name, but I don't know too much about him.
His name is
Mondo is my
Crenshaw Mondo.
is my friend's son, and she definitely had a relationship with him. She did.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Told you it wasn't allegedly.
Okay. Oh, Lord Jesus.
He a rapper as well.
Oh,
Yeah, well,
a
he
friend's
was he's
son.
supposed
Oh,
to
my
be a
God.
rapper. See, the thing of it is, you have let's say you have 5 crystals in a glass, and it's only one crystal that actually shines. Doug was that crystal that shined, and the other 4, um, were like this. What the person behind the Supremes or behind Diana Ross.
Yeah.
And sometimes people get envious. Sometimes people think you're supposed to reach back and grab them after you make it, but they didn't put in the work.
Yeah.
But it don't seem
That
like
you,
he was leaving them out. It seemed like he was telling them to put the work in.
he wasn't, but what I'm saying, when you're from the streets, they feel as if we came up together. We're supposed to be at an equal plane, but you still didn't put in the same amount of work.
Like my money is your money.
Right.
Yeah. And it don't work like that. But you know what? Kenneth Copeland give me those vibes. Like I feel like because he was like he'll give me $1,000 or he'll let me take some money to the studio, or it was like you could tell that Jeffrey was looking out. But
Well,
when Jeffrey skyrocketed, you know, I gotta go make this money, and I'm making this money, and y'all still driving with masks on.
the word on the word, the I would say what they say in Atlanta is, if you grow up with you got to feed your wolves. If you don't feed your wolves, then they're gonna come back and bite you. And it's sad. It's already sad.
Obviously.
It's already
But do y'all
sad that we birth black men, and it's a million daggers against them when they come out, and then they have to deal with the what goes on in the street. Everybody's not dealt a silver spoon, and you have to go amongst people and just do what you can to survive. And you have to go through stuff like this.
I know I know no one agrees with me on karma, but I think Fannie got her day coming. I mean, if you're looking at what's going on in Congress and how
Oh, for sure. For
they're
sure.
auditing her for how she spent this money when she wasn't supposed to spend it, I don't see
Did
her
you
not being
not
behind
to
bars.
not to cut you off? I think you might be Maya, but I was watching, and they had this lady that used to work under under Brown, and then she started working under Fannie. Fannie changed her title.
Oh, you cut off.
Did we lose her?
We might have.
I'm sorry, you guys. It was so they changed her title. She's a black lady, but they still had her over all the grant money. So they had this lady in front of Congress, and they was straight up asking her, so what did she do with this money? And she said, well, I told them that it was for this, but they said no, buy t-shirts and fix up the DA office. So I think that's why and it wasn't like 20,000. It was like 650,000 here for
Your phone went out again. Or you went out.
this phone is getting on my nerves. And it was like 420,000 here. So I really think that she's just trying to take a lot of stuff off of her face because she in deep trouble because it's a lot of money that came to her.
Yeah,
And
she in trouble. Yeah, she definitely. I can say if Fannie don't go to jail, right? The president had to help her. Cause ain't no way in Jesus' name she getting away with that mismanagement of money. You a public official. Like as a public official, when you take that oath of office and you sign that, people don't realize that even lawyers are considered public officials. But when she signed that oath of office and that money that's missing and a lot of the stuff I think is for the cameras because they don't really need nobody to go to Congress and tell them what they telling them. All you gotta do is file a paper trail. All you gotta do is see who the
well,
grant
the
came
thing
from.
is, like, she didn't go to Congress. Congress came to her. They
Yeah,
told
but
you know what I'm saying? Like they wanted to know from her because she wrote it. And
I'm just saying Congress don't really need her. Like if she would have said I don't want to testify, they don't need her. All you gotta do is file a paper trail. Everything is paid for with debit or credit card. I think if Fannie don't go, honest to God, if Fannie don't go to jail, she had to call the president or Jesus because it ain't no way she ain't going to jail for that. It's an impossibility. You can't hide what she did. She took all that money that was allocated for certain areas and just said I'm gonna do what I want to do with it.
she did. She did.
You guys, in the past 10 years, Fulton County has had nothing but corrupt mayors, corrupt politicians, period, corrupt DAs, and it's all being put back at the expense of taxpayers in Fulton County. My property tax in Fulton County has tripled within the past 2 years. Like, this is not right. She definitely needs to go to jail.
I think listen. If she don't go to jail, I'm telling y'all, if she don't go to jail, even somebody helps.
But guess what?
Real help, man.
If they vote Trump into office, if Jeffrey do go to jail, he probably gonna go get him.
If they vote Trump in office, Trump sending her to jail on his first day.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, take her out of here. She going if they right now are Department
Okay,
of Justice.
ladies, a fella's up here now. Oh, Mr. Vermont, and then KJ is here. All right, hey Gerald, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing tonight?
We're doing wonderful. Welcome.
Okay. I'm coming in from New Orleans, Louisiana. I don't know if you can see me good right now, but
You're on the side.
yeah, it's bananas. It's bananas. Hold up. Let me get you right. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you, but you need to move the other way. No, you're moving
This
the
way?
wrong way. Wrong way. Go the other way.
I'm all the way out the camera.
No, come on the other way.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay,
That's
you
better.
just moved yourself far away again. Go back the other way.
All right.
What?
This way?
No, the other way.
Yeah.
Move over a little bit more.
All right.
Okay. What are you doing?
Move
Keep
just
going.
I'm
move just
sorry,
your
y'all.
body. Move just
Well,
your
as long
body.
as y'all can hear me, that's the good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been watching this trial for a while, and it's kind of interesting. To see these men go through this fiasco like this. Starting from Woody or Woody, whatever they want to call him, or whatever. I think they didn't really get the guy a chance to really plead the fifth like he was supposed to. Once you plead the fifth, they're supposed to leave you alone on it, and it threw their immunity on him. It was like forced, and I think Miss Bumpus did a good job. She did what she was supposed to do because she was called in to help. As far as the judge, I'm sorry, y'all. As far as the judge, I believe he stepped his boundaries, and he wasn't fair. I think he was all for the prosecution. I seen this before, especially in New Orleans. We have cases like this all the time with crooked DAs, judges, and even lawyers, paid lawyers being cahoots to get you incarcerated, just for conviction and just to have money. As far as the transcripts, you can tell that something went wrong with the transcripts. Like they left a lot of stuff out of there for just to have 50 something pages. Now, I've been in and out of the system. I haven't been in there in almost 26 years, but I done did 8 years before, and I know the games that they play. My transcripts was at least 100 and something pages for something simple as unauthorized use of a movable, which they used it as anything over $1,000 is a felony, which my original charge was supposed to be a misdemeanor. But by me being on probation for old schoolyard fight, aggravated battery, they ran that conviction and the unauthorized use of a movable. They ran them wild. So I wound up doing 8 flat years. I managed to give 2 years back because the original conviction was 10 years. So I did a post-conviction relief on my own. No help, none of that. No jailhouse lawyers or none of that. And from what they're doing with the guys, the YSL with Young Thug, I think it's unfortunate that that young man got them charges like that and the rest of them without too much proof. You got to have evidence that these young guys did this. Now, my question for you, Miss Sylvia, I want to know, did the other guys that separated from them, and if anything happened with this trial where it becomes a mistrial, what would happen to them? Would their cases get thrown out as well?
I heard that yes, their case would be thrown out because they will use that case as a reference.
Okay.
But they would have
Okay.
to put motions and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Other than that, I like what the panel was saying. I like what's going on in the chat. And I appreciate you letting me chime in on the little things. But we're gonna get ready for this football season. We're gonna see what these Saints and these Falcons do.
The Aints and the
Well, hopefully they both make it to the Super Bowl. That's what I'm looking forward to. But
you're dreaming, aren't you?
ma'am,
You're dreaming, aren't you?
well, they say dreams do come true, right? Well, I wish y'all the best. God bless everybody, and I appreciate you. And I keep looking into the trial with everybody else, and thank you for your time.
Okay, you're welcome. Hey, Mimi, you
All right.
finally able to talk?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now, Miss Sylvia?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, how are you? How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing
Good.
well. I found you. I came across you a few weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
um, through the lead attorney when you were
Mm-hmm.
on there, and I've
Mm-hmm.
been really enjoying your content. Just thank you for all that you do. Like often you're on the way to court or running errands, and you're in the car, and I'm doing the same, out and about, and it's just refreshing to have someone that's inside of the courtroom giving their insight and being unbiased, and I appreciate you for that.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you though, um, have you noticed how the jury may be reacting to Miss Hilton and Miss Love? There was one day, I believe Miss Hilton, I don't remember the number of the day, but she had on a green suit. I believe it was the day that Attorney Steele brought everything to, to everyone's attention regarding the ex-party meeting with Woody.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Hilton had to continuously keep Miss Love from grabbing the microphone. Like
Mm-hmm.
she kept trying to grab it. Did you happen to notice whether or not the jury noticed that?
They were looking.
Like they were.
Mm-hmm.
There was a young lady a few moments ago who was saying that she thought that Miss Hilton and Miss Love were doing their jobs and that they were being professional. And I apologize, but I completely disagree. I've been receiving so much secondhand embarrassment just looking at them. You would think that someone of their caliber who have education and the experience that they have will conduct themselves in a more proper manner.
Mm-hmm.
And just the way that they are reacting, it's really making us look bad. People that are not in our community, they always find a way to, kind of act as if we are a monolith and we're not. And I was watching this guy named Professor Ness the other day when they were, Miss Hilton and Miss Love were in the courtroom, and he made a comment about, he's a YouTuber, he's on YouTube, he's a white man, and he said that he said that the judge, Miss Hilton and Miss Love, they were unprofessional, they were some animals, and that they didn't look as
Animals.
if they could. He alluded to them being animalistic,
Wow.
and that they didn't look like they were qualified to manage a Chick-fil-A in Kenya. It was so racist and so,
He
I
talks
can't
real
believe he
bad.
said,
He
Who
talks
is
real
yes,
bad.
who is it?
it was awful.
Well,
His name was Professor.
he's a
hmm
white guy. He's a YouTuber. I have to I'll screenshot his picture and send it to you.
Okay, send it to me.
But
Okay.
yeah, I heard that though. She's right. I heard
hmm
it.
He actually said, and I had never been on his live before. It just kind of popped up, and I just, clicked it or whatever. And I was just sitting there with my mouth open. I could not believe that he said something like that, and he just doubled down. And I just had to click off because I just couldn't take it anymore. It was just too much for me. But I just wondered, have you seen Miss Hilton and Miss Love argue other cases? And if so, were they more professional in those settings? Because they really have not been very professional at all in this case that I've seen.
I've never seen them work together in other cases at all. So, but I have seen Hilton work by herself. As far as Love, no, I've never seen her work anywhere.
Okay, I was just wondering because I mean they have all these accolades, and I know that for you to be at that statue in a county like Fulton, I lived in Atlanta for a while, but I'm not from there, and I no longer live there now. But I know that you have to have certain accolades and education to even reach that type of level. And I was wondering, have you noticed any other Black attorneys under this Bonnie Willis regime? Um, are they like them? Like I would think they would be
Majority of them
so
are. Majority of them are.
really.
Yeah.
Oh
The
my
women,
goodness.
especially the
Okay.
women.
hmm
The women, especially.
I'm so So okay, because I watched the lead attorney. He was saying that these are all the women that she had hired, and they just look so bad. And just lastly, real quick, to the young lady that was saying that Thug is getting his karma for something that he did, and that we know that basically he's done something wrong. He's a criminal. Um, that's very disheartening is to hear, especially I believe she said that she was entering the field of law. I don't know what side she would be on, but that's very disheartening to hear because we have all done things in the past. I mean, if you're over 18, you've probably done something that you shouldn't have done at some point. And just because you did that doesn't mean that it's okay for someone to break the law. I mean, or to break the law or to pervert the law in a way so that they can stick these charges on you. And I just don't think they're getting I mean, my thing is, if they did it, follow the law, go get the evidence, prosecute them, get them all if that's what they did. But to sit there and mislead them and to lie and to fabricate things, I just don't think that's. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mimi.
Miss
Everybody's
Sylvia.
trying to get you to take off your camera, but I don't know why. But go ahead. What was the question?
Miss Sylvia, down to I forgot my train. Oh,
I wanted to let KJ say one thing. Just hold on, y'all.
you're
KJ
fine.
just got up here and hey, he or she hasn't said anything. KJ,
Okay.
go ahead.
Hello, I was just being respectful here because I hear everybody talking. Been trying to get on here all night. But I just wanted to go back to the transcript. I know we passed that and everything, but there was something that was said in the transcript that brought me to when Woody was on stand and they were asking him about his children. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So they were asking about his children, how many they have, and you seen the look on his face. He looked disgusted and irritated. But when you go back to the transcripts and they were talking about him testifying, Love says something about, well, if you want to make it home to see your daughter's birthday, then we need you to testify. Isn't that coercion?
Yes.
And I'm like, that is crazy. What they did to him is really ridiculous. They forced immunity on him, coercion. If that man wanted to plead the fifth, he should be able to plead the fifth. And now, like someone said earlier, he's in a sticky situation. That's a losing battle. And as far as everything else that's going on, like this trial is really crazy. It's comical because we see what he's doing, but at the same time, it's scary. I have a son, and the way they're going about doing this, whether he's guilty, innocent, whatever the case may be, they need to be playing by the book. I personally have been a victim of criminal justice. Um, um, what's going on now being railroaded by the criminal justice system. It was some crazy stuff that happened to me. So yeah, I'm very biased on that. Transcripts, yeah, they do lie and they do redact things. I'm fighting with a judge right now. Lost my whole transcripts. I have no transcripts. I never even requested them. So they say, but I have all the receipts for it. So I see all the dirty games that are being played in court. I filed several cases pro se. One of them was against a high profile lawyer, and I won that case. And it's just ridiculous how they're doing our black males with this system. They're railroading them. And I honestly hope Thug wins. And I hope the jury sees through all the nonsense, because at the end of the day, they're the one that's going to decide the fate. Did you see how the other ones that the other defendants, their plea deal, they rejected it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's
They
all I
did.
want to say.
And they probably rejected. I'm sure they get to watch TV in jail, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Probably family
So
talking to them and everything.
yeah, don't take it because they're going to be part of this. They're part of this. So yeah, they did the right thing.
What do you think about the defense when they call their this is to the stand? Because I heard something about T.I. was supposed to be on there.
I don't even think we're going to get that far.
You're not gonna get that far? That would be very interesting. That's all I gotta say. But that's it.
I got a question, Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia.
Auntie doing something.
Oh,
I had
okay.
myself
Well,
muted. Sorry. Go ahead.
okay. I think that the panel, or not the panel, just the chat period. I think that we need to understand too that even though he was given immunity, he still had a right to plead the fifth. And I think when we say that Kayla didn't defend him as much, I think that's what people are getting mixed up. Is even though they gave him immunity, he still didn't have to accept it. He still has a right to remain silent.
No,
So
he didn't want the immunity.
Exactly.
They gave him the immunity because they knew he was gonna plead the fifth.
right. But what I'm
So,
saying
like the
is
judge, like they said, like it's in the transcript, the judge told him, "This not you don't have to ask for it. They gave
right,
it
but
to you."
he still does not have to. He still does not have to take it. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
even
they know he don't want to go to jail.
right, but so what that should tell us is they have something else over Woody's head, that where he had to accept that, because he does not have to accept that. And that's why I think, and that's why
He don't want to go to jail.
right, he doesn't want to go to jail. But that's why I think that people have the disconnect of thinking that
Oh,
we're
I get what you're saying, but he doesn't have to accept it or reject it. It has nothing to do with that. They just put it on him.
right, but
He
they can't make him open his mouth, so they can't make him testify. You get what I'm saying? So they can't physically get up there and open his mouth. As long as he would have
and
just
that's
had
what
to sit in, he would
that's
have
what
just
they
had to
told
sit in
him.
jail. You get what I'm
No,
saying?
no, but the thing is, the reason why they gave it to him is because they just want him on the stand so they can do their case.
Right, right, right,
That's all. He can get up there and say, I don't know. And
right. But what I'm saying is he could have sat in jail and didn't have to say nothing. That's the part that we're
no,
missing.
I totally get what you're saying, but the thing is, he don't want to go to
Our phone went out again.
Right.
jail. He just don't want to, and they know he don't want to go to jail. So they're holding that over him. That's why they like, okay, we know what you're gonna do. You can plead the fifth, but it means nothing, because if you plead the fifth, you're gonna go to jail. We know you don't want to go to jail, so we're gonna put this jacket on you, and we're gonna make you wear this jacket. And as soon as you say, "I plead the fifth," we're gonna take you off the stand, and we're gonna put you in jail.
Right. And that's why I think the disconnect is, because if I was his attorney, I would have told him, hey, listen, man, you got to put your big boy drawers on and you're gonna have to sit down.
And the thing about it, like, I just feel like that's so cold to do though. But that's a cold thing to do. You, that's how we know that they built this whole thing around him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a cold thing to do. So you gonna plead the fifth? Okay, we got something for you. Put this jacket on, because we know you don't want to go to jail. We know you want to go home with your dogs, your baby, your nephews. You gonna sit up there, and as soon as you say, "I plead the fifth," okay, you going across the street.
Right. He wasn't going to jail for life though. He was gonna only be in jail for a couple of years, but you know, he
I know
yeah.
that's easier said than done. That baby don't want to. He don't want to go.
The way they playing right now, they would have put something else on him if he wouldn't have had that immunity. It was a no-win situation.
It's like he did all this stuff, and the big bag of wolf, but he don't want to go across the street because the people across the street watch the TV too.
Yeah. Everybody else sitting across the street.
Yeah, he's scared. He already said my cousin. He gets tortured. He's scared. He don't want none of that.
He say he's not scared.
Okay,
Right.
well, get up
Right.
there and plead the fifth then. he don't, and the crazy thing is, he's Miss Sylvia. He started all of it.
Your
He's
phone going
he
out.
he he started all this, and he did all this, and he's still trying to save his friends. He did. He started it all. He did all this,
Mm-hmm.
but he still got enough love for him. He
Mhm.
loved them boys. He not finna get up there and do
He
it.
could
And
tell.
I look at Jeffrey's face, and I just feel like, that's like a knife in your back. This is somebody that you it out the mud together. Jeffrey loved that boy. He and he started all of this. He not finna. He not he. They can say what they want about Woody. At first, I couldn't stand him either, but I'm like, put him on up there, cause he ain't
Mm-hmm.
gonna give y'all what y'all get. Put him up there.
Mhm.
Yep. He
Put him
know
up
what he
there.
doing.
He know what he doing.
Mhm.
He's
Mhm.
smart than what everybody thinks. That's not his first run
He very
around.
smart.
Yeah, he know what he doing. He not finna. He not gonna. He did. That's why he like, man. I told y'all I made all of this up. And I'm like, the judge so dumb. He left that in the transcript.
Because of the
Of
spectacle,
the
they're
transcript.
making it really hard. Even if the feds wanted to pick this case up afterwards, they see what's going on now.
Mhm.
Say Hilton lied to Woody too, because there's
Mhm.
no statute of limitation on a murder. Like she like cute him, but the other people can come get you. There's not a 5-year statute. Take. I'm like, what?
Her phone keep going in and out.
I'm just talking.
Miss
You
Sylvia,
getting
can I
phone
ask you a
calls?
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the lady she just brought up a really good point about Hilton misleading or misinforming Lil Woody. My
Mm-hmm.
question is, can she get in trouble for that? Because I mean, I've read, with you, and I've read along with a couple other, YouTubers as well, content creators, um, the documents, and it just seems as if she was the one that was doing, like, I mean, between her, Miss Love, and the judge, it seems like Miss Hilton was the one that was really coercing him and misleading him. Could she get in trouble for some of those things that she said, just like the example the young lady just gave?
I guess that they file a complaint against her.
Mm-hmm. Prosecutorial misconduct.
Okay. Is that something that he can initiate, or is that something maybe one of the defense attorneys would?
Defense attorney.
Okay. And I think I don't know, Lil Woody, he grew on me. I know guys like that from around the way. Um, they act dumb, but they're extremely smart because the things that they do, they still know how to survive them. And I was just wondering, like, when he's on the stand, there was one day he was talking about how he was happy when he had met Doug and happy to see him. Do you ever notice how Young Thug is looking at him, or Shannon, or any of the other guys? Because they were all close.
I saw them looking at him, but
Uh-huh.
I didn't see any kind of like disdain or anything like that.
Reaction. Okay, okay. Because the reason I asked is because they're still trying to make it seem as if he's out to, to kill a Woody. So I was just wondering how they were reacting to him. And do you think, I've been trying to, but I don't know if you guys cover this, it's a little off subject, but Lil Woody's friend that got killed a few days ago, do you think that they're gonna try to use that against Young Thug?
Mm-mm. I doubt it.
Okay.
I think that the judge, like when he was reading all that case law and all of that type of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
he was trying to indirectly say that Woody was. I think that they're gonna indirectly do it, honestly, because all the stuff that the judge was up there reading,
Yep.
he was waiting that. based off of it. And then Melnick made the statement, "You're gonna get him killed," and now his best friend got killed. Woody putting all type of stuff on Instagram, so and that's a whole nother thing. It took me back to the interrogation when he just said the only person at the house, and you
What is going on with her phone?
You're making some good points. I can't hear it.
You keep going in and out, Danielle.
sorry.
You're going in and out.
Saying how I think they're gonna indirectly do it. I think they're gonna indirectly say, you his friend got shot and killed, and his attorney told in an email, "You're gonna get him killed." So I think that they're probably gonna use all of that, saying how, what I'm saying, he's scared.
We're not going to bring his friend involved in that because that's not part of the case.
Okay.
But it's not part of the case, and that would be Brady stuff that they were bringing in. No, you can't bring new stuff in now. It's too late.
Got you.
Oh,
Got you.
okay.
But do you think the judge is going to use that as far as what he was reading when he was reading case law about the meeting not being improper?
No, he's not going
If
to
the
use
def-
that.
if huh?
He's not going to use that.
It's just he just when he was reading it, it was like it just kind of hinted around to it to me, honestly.
He was scared.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I got from it.
I
Yeah, but
definitely
his friend dying, that's not going to be brought in because it's not going to be something that's part of the case.
got you.
Do
But
you think that?
anyway, guys, huh?
Mhm. As I say, do you think the jury is getting agitated? I mean, they sitting in the court
I
one
would.
1 minute and then they leave in the next. Then the judge at the beginning of the trial, remember he made somebody write an essay about the courts, and then the other one being held in contempt. If they still on the jury, like I know they pissed. I know they probably like not guilty.
No, those people are not on the jury. They never made it on there.
Oh, they never made it. Okay,
Mm-mm.
okay.
No, because the judge released them after they did their little contempt thing.
But seeing all that as a juror, and then seeing everything else that's going on, even coming in and out of court, like they got them discombobulated up there. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I'm about to do our last final statement from each and every one of you, Danielle.
Miss Sylvia, do you have Instagram?
Yes, it's infamous Sylvia.
Okay. Um, my last statement is I really, really appreciate you. I've been trying to get on this for so long. It's almost.
We can't hear you. You having problems with your phone.
I really appreciate your content. I really appreciate you letting us get on here and just talk it out, get all this stuff out of our minds. And I just appreciate being able to be on here and talk to the people and give my 2 cents, and that's about it.
Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
All right. Mimi.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Sylvia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do. You've really um, been killing this, or no pun intended, or everything's going on, but you've really been giving out great content. When I compare you to the other people that are on YouTube, like you definitely know what you're talking about. You represent Black women as a whole very, very well, and I just thank you for all you do. And everybody, y'all, please go vote. Please research Project 2025. That's all I'm gonna say. It's very real out there, and y'all stay safe.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Have a good one.
Yes, ma'am.
KJ,
Yes, yes.
your turn.
I would just like to say, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for keeping us informed. And thank you for allowing me to come up here on the panel today. I really appreciate it. And everybody go vote. It's not just the presidential elections that are important, it's other elections that are important too. Get those people out that don't need to be there.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ.
You're welcome.
All righty.
Good night.
Good night. All right, my good people. Thank you so much for everyone that has come on to the panel. I want to do a shout out to those who have given into the channel, super chats and Cash App. Thank you, Ashley Lynn, Big Homie, Patrice Joyner, My Four Girl, Ollie, Jazz PWP, Dear Woke Christian, Ben Had Motion, Travicia, and my new members. I am Shout, Ollie, Angela, Kate Knott Williams, and Q. Thank you guys for your blessings, your contribution to the channel. I appreciate every single one of you guys. We will be on tomorrow. We're gonna have some. I'm gonna bring some footage for you guys because I know you guys are going through a withdrawal because there's no court going on. But we'll see what happens. I'll keep my eyes and ears open on the motions and see where we're going. So far, Monday there's no court. There is a deadline that the state has to submit to the judge. But as far as anything else, and when that comes out, I will be reading that for you guys. So tomorrow, have a happy 4th of July. I will be on because I don't do the fireworks stuff. Thank you, Shady, for your membership. But I will be on to bring you guys some footage. Remember, I told you I got footage for days. So if you want stuff to see, I got it. Okay. Don't forget Kayla will be on Friday evening at 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, and she's gonna go full force. So guys, have your questions ready. Those that wants to ask a question ahead of time, just do a IG. She's Kayla Bumpus. Thank you, Rod. You got 3 minutes. I need to ask a question. Okay, Rod, let me put the link in here. Rod is trying to keep me on. Okay, hold on. All right, here's the link, Rod. Thank you so much for your super chat. There go the link. So come on up. It's PM. Blue Vegas. Caddy talk about Kayla bad. Who's Caddy? Who's Caddy? Love was doing more. You not notice Love not really in transcript much. How possible when she never left the room. Yeah, because even the attorney noticed that she didn't leave the room because she kept saying there was 2 ADs in there. Oh, you said SETI? Okay. Are you gonna hit the link? You say you have a question to ask me. Rod, what's the question? Got 3 minutes? I got a question. Go ahead. I just put the link in. Hit the link so you can ask the question. You're welcome, Blue Vegas. Oh my God, Rod, come on. I'm sleepy. I was trying to get off. Yeah, where's he at? I'm trying to go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Okay. Is he coming, y'all? Because I'm about to go sleep. 1 second. I'm trying to log in. Okay, he's trying to log in, y'all. Sean said ask tomorrow. Oh my God. Mm. Are you coming? Anybody have anything to say while I wait on Rod to get on this channel thing? You're welcome, Jay. You having a hard time? You catch me tomorrow? Okay, I'll be on tomorrow. Thank you for the Can my membership be upgraded? Yeah, it could be upgraded. Just push it up to the top. Thanks for all you do, Sylvia. It's so late and you're so kind. Doug and crew coming home. Good work, Miss Sylvia. All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired. My head hurt, and I need to take my shower and go to bed. I gotta soak my head in water right now. You guys, good night. Good night. And Rod, don't forget to come tomorrow. And thank you for your super chat. Good night, everybody. May the Lord watch between me and thee while we're absent one from another. Guys, have a good night. And here's our church songs. Good night, everybody.